Hello, 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 hello. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Woo, we got a lot of people in here tonight. Hey, guys. How is everybody doing tonight? You can tell I'm feeling better, guys. I was so sick the other night. Oh, my goodness. I was so sick. Hey, Vanity, Kevin B. Are you drunk, Don and Candace? I don't think Don's drunk tonight. Hello, Sue. I don't think Candace is either one. Hello, Faith. I have Faith. And Jelly Baby. And Sylvia Brown. And Bees Happy. Hello, Joe. And Kiki Eyes. Joe Poblock. Um, let's see. Joe, we need answers for this baby. Everybody has questions. So that's why we are allowing him to, we're asking questions for everyone. Hello, I want heart to touch. Welcome back. Hello, Kevin B. and Angel and Tanya and Frankie and Kayla and Robin B. and Leanne and Amy and Kiki's Eyes. And let's see, we got Karen A72, Sweet and Sassy, Blue Eyes, Lee Ray, Angela, Not Sunshine Country Chickens. Hey, D Lucky and Magic. Hello, Magic. He may be in here. Hello, Dumpling and Brown Bear Jamboree and Seven Up and Violet and Melanie and Tammy Fields and Wendy's and Justice Janey and JJ and his 25 cents and Annabelle and Fonda Cheeseman and Sassy Gigi and Tree and Michelle Davis, Diana, Taffy, Beautiful Chandra, and Janet Stars, and um, German Shepherd Mom, and Nora Woods, and True Crime Pals, Selena. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Innocent until proven guilty. Hello. I hope I got everybody. Barb Murray, Rogue House, Truth for Us, Holy Moly, Tiffany Marie, Diana, Judith Faye, Kevin B, Jinkies, Wonder Woman, Penny AK, Karen, Connie, Seven Up, Renee, Marvin, Lame, Lexi, Kevin B, Molly, everybody coming in. Okay, guys, I do want to address something. I'm going to put a link out for my sister and my sister only um, to come up here with me. Um, you all had some questions that you wanted answered by Don, and we got them. Christine will be coming up here pretty shortly as well. I'm going to put this out here, and I'm going to put it out here right now. Okay. There's a lot of creators that are coming after me because I am talking with Don and Candace, and I'm being kind to them. Now, please be respectful in my chat. It does not matter what you guys say or how upset you get at me. This is my channel. This is my chat, and I will do what I choose to do on my channel to bring baby Summer home. And if you're going to come in here being brats, then you're going to get blocked. And that's all they are to it. So be respectful and be nice, and we'll answer these questions. And we'll talk about this case. Me and Christine has been talking and going over some things with Don about what happened that night and potential suspect, people. Christine's been going, she's taken a bunch of different directions. So, like I said, if you're my friend and you're a creator, I love you. I mean, if you want to come after me, just remember, I took up for you when um when everybody else was being mean. I'm not going to be mean to you. I mean, you're entitled to your opinions, and that's okay. But I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. I know when we talk to somebody, I have a good judge of character. Am I right all the time? No. And you all know I've been back and forth on this case. But in no way will I ever let any other creators bully me into stop doing what I am doing and bully me into stopping this case or anything that has to do with my channels. So mods, if you see a creator in here bullying at any given point, zip them. Okay? Because it's not going to do any good no matter what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do on my channel. Okay? This is for summer. Don agreed with us to go over questions that you guys wanted answered. You all have been asking these questions, and Don agreed to answer them. I also got a question from Don a while ago. Candace also wants to know, do we have any questions for her? At this point, I don't, as of now, but I do give prayers for both of them because they are human beings and they have not been accused by the law enforcement of anything. They have not been accused of anything according to law enforcement. So innocent until proven guilty. Okay, and and give them give us our time. Give us our time to find out what happened to Summer without going on attack. I understand creators are going to do that, but you guys out there want to know stuff just like we want to know stuff. And by coming at these parents and being mean and derogatory and just, wow, do you guys really think that we're going to get anything? Listen, they have been totally and thoroughly open. Now that they know that they're not going to get attacked and they're not going to get all these things. Now, I can clear up a few things right now that I did in my last live. I already put the link out for you, Jinkies. You need to get on it, sister. Um, I can clear up a few things like in my last live that I told you that people, and just what time I've been talking to Don. Oh my gosh. The accusations on Don is unreal. I'm telling you guys, Don is not drinking. We FaceTimed Don the other night. He was working up until late at night. Because where we FaceTimed him, he was we never that's something I want to clear up too. We never, well, I know for a fact that Christine would never mess with that video. I don't know where that video came from, but you guys know Christine, and you guys know that she's not going to doctor no kind of video. Yes, it is Justice for Summer. I do ask you all, if you have not hit that subscribe button, please hit that subscribe button and hit that like button. That helps my channel grow and helps us to solve this case, because that's actually what it's all about, is finding out where baby Summer is. Okay, that's the most important thing. What are you doing, Jinkies? So, am I expecting creators to get mad and splash me all over the YouTube streets? It's already been done. There's nothing that a creator could do to me now that would bother me. Okay, so you can come in here and yip all you want. It ain't gonna make a difference. You can go on your lives and badger and all that. Still ain't gonna make a difference. I'm still talking to Don and Candace. So there you go. I'm not talking to Candace. Don is talking to Candace. We're talking with Don, and Candace wanted to know. Now, these people has been through absolute hell. Absolute hell, okay? And I'm not going to push somebody over the edge and be mean to them anymore. I'm a Christian, and that's not going to happen. But because we're so nice to him and he trusts us and everything, he answers questions for us, and we let him go over those questions and he answers them for us. So okay, there you go. So there we go. He is not trying to be deceitful or anything. Those lies on him is one thing. He is not doing any kind of substances. We talk to him almost every single day, throughout the day, and he might be listening in this live as well. And
Mm-hmm.
so we've
Timmy
talked to him
Field.
all throughout the day. So we know he's not under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Chewy.
He's working to get his children back.
Wonder
So I was
Woman.
kind of hoping Christine would come in here, but I don't know. She's got a lot of things that him and her has been talking about. Hey, Christine, because Diana, she came in here insulting, and I'm not going to tolerate that.
I blocked her.
Thank you, Jinkies.
I seen it. I'm not gonna let it
I'm
go. I
not going to
mean,
mention her name, and let's not mention because I'm not. But yeah, you come in here. I don't care who you are. This isn't the first time she's done that
exactly.
to me. Won't be the last. She always goes on the attack. I don't believe anything. I mean, she could just stay over on her lane. She needs to block off the farm. But anyway, so okay, he has answered questions. Him and Christine has literally been hours talking about this case. He has spent hours talking to her and trying to figure out what happened that day. Right, Mercedes. That's why she has no business in here anyway. I had her blocked in the first place. But, anyways, so I was trying to hold out a little bit till Christine got in here and we could go over the questions. He did just ask me, did I have any questions for Candace? So if you all can think about some things, just let us know and we'll ask him if he wants to answer them. That's fine. If he don't want to answer them, then the 911 call. Let's see. Never heard. I don't know that. I listen. I heard the 911 call. I know what we all heard. Um, but we couldn't hear it clearly. We don't know for sure if that's what it is or not. But I'm going to start by going over some questions right quick that we had asked Don, and I'll try to bring them up here so you guys can read them. I was hoping Christine would be able to come in here too because she done all this hard work, and y'all know her, girl. She is on it. Christine is going to solve Summer's case or else. Let me see. Okay, here's the thing. We're going to bring it up here. Here's some questions, guys. And like I said, these were asked by Christine and Don answered them. Okay, here we go. The first question is Don, what did Ronnie Lawson whisper to Don in the courtroom? Answer. Don said that when the judge was talking to him in the courtroom, Ronnie Lawson had his arms crossed and glared at Don the entire time. Don said Ronnie walked over to him and told him that they are going to have to talk in the back. Don said when he was put in the back holding, Ronnie said that he was tired of the YouTubers causing trouble, saying bad things about him and his family. Don answered by saying that he understood because of the YouTubers are doing the same thing to them. Okay. Second question. Did you know that Candace said she was done with you and was in love with someone else? Slash BK. Don said, yes, he knows what was said. Candace said it was because she was being influenced at the time by certain YouTubers who she thought she could trust and were friends. She said she was upset because they were trying to make her believe things about Don that weren't not true. Those YouTubers were trying to divide them, knowing Candace was in her weakest state of mind. Candace is going through a lot, Don said. I am going through a lot. We do not know where our precious daughter is or who may have her, and everyone is accusing us with her disappearance. DCS has taken our boys with no contact allowed. I was put in jail for 11 months, unable to support us with an income. That would be enough to break anybody. He said that he is confident that Candace has never stepped out of their marriage and that they know she loves him and their children. Am I going too fast for you guys? Am I going too fast, y'all? Now, these were questions that she spent hours on the phone with Don asking for the children. Jinx, you put the list up yet for the children. Jinkies.
I'm gonna have
Hello.
a live about that, a special live about that, coming up probably.
Jinkies, you need to put your link down in the chat for your channel.
Well, tomorrow night I'm gonna probably do a live about
No,
that.
your link in the chat for your channel.
Okay.
Um, okay, let's see. Ask about the 911 call. I don't think am I doing okay? We will ask him. I don't think she asked that, but she will ask him. We will ask him. Okay, question number 3. In an interview played on YouTube, did Clyde Trent ever keep the boys because of DCS took them out of your home? But because they had nowhere to house them, DCS allowed Clyda to temporarily take them. And who is Clyda Trent? Answer. Number 1 answer, Don said, Clyda Trent is not Don's mother. He said she's a very good friend of the family. Number 2, to clear the interview up with Clyda Trent, Don says the boys were never taken by DCS before, nor ever given to Clyda Trent by DCS for any period of time. Question number 4. Who gave you and Candace your lie detector test? Answer. Don said it was TBI, not Hawkins County, like the rumor Neil said. How am I doing, guys? No, Don does not like Chris M. Absolutely not. He thinks that Chris M. Well, no, he don't like Chris M. at all. I think we all know that. Okay, let's go back to the
Look at
questions.
my link, Big Mama, and tell everybody to go over there and subscribe to my channel. Because I'm going to
Okay,
do a live tomorrow night about the children's thing.
this here is Jinky's rumor has it. She's my sister. Um, I don't see her linked in here. Here it is.
Just put
If
it up.
anybody wants to sub up to her channel, sub up to it. She's the one that did the Christmas tree for SummerWells at the Warriors Park. If you want to sub up to her channel, please do. Jinky's, there's a lot of noise back in the background. Hang on.
That's what.
Okay. Unmute yourself whenever that noise gets done, Jinkies. Okay, guys, here we go. Absolutely. It is summer all the way, you all. And that's what we're here for. We're not here for creators. We're not here for nobody but Summer, Moon, Utah, Wells. We got more questions here. Okay, question number 5. Did you and Candace pass the TBI lie detector test? Answer. Don said yes. They both passed the lie detector test. Don also said that he was given a copy of the test results. It took a few weeks to months to receive it from the TBI. He said that he had just received the copy when he was arrested for the DUI charge. Don said that when he was recently released from jail, he realized that the TBI copy was missing from his belongings. The Hawkins County returned to him. So he said both of them passed the lie detector test. Okay, that is chat's questions. Y'all? No, we've not been talking to Tim Mullins, y'all. The only thing I've ever said was hi to Tim Mullins. I've never spoke to him in a conversation or not.
Hey,
We've
wish
been
we were
talking
here.
directly to Don. There's things about Candace I was asked not to say, but you guys, I mean, well, let's not be so mean to Candace because people are fragile. Human beings are fragile, you guys. They're very, very fragile. And me as a Christian, I'm not going to attack anyone anymore. I'm not doing that. Why won't Don answer whether or not they met the requirements for the CPS? Well, let's go and see what else Christine's asked him. Okay. Thank you, Miss Daisy. I know you've been going through it. Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you guys, every one of y'all. If y'all's not subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and that like button. That helps my channel grow and helps the algorithm. And so we can bring you guys more content and stuff. Okay. You don't know if what Don says is truthful. Well, we're just telling you what Don says. And you all can take it from there. He sounds pretty sincere to me when we've talked to him. Um, so why did you call Mary and lie? Who called Mary and lie? Who called Mary? I've never called Mary. I hope nobody said that. There's been a lot of rumors out there that I've said like a bunch of stuff. But no, Daisy Cow's been sick, you guys. Daisy Cow's been down for the count. I come on sick the other night to talk to you guys. Miss Daisy, I'm sorry if I hurt you in any way. I paid for what I've said. I love you. Oh, you're fine, Judith Faye. I love you too, Judith Faye. I love you. Well, okay, let's see, guys. Okay, number 6. Could Summer have been mad because no one would play with her? Because Christine thinks she might have run off. Dawn answered yes, that could have been possible. You know how little girls are. Summer could have been upset after going downstairs and thought about it. She may have become upset and went out the back door and could have walked away from the house even though we have taught her not to. In TBI's press statement, Leslie Earnhardt said that Summer was spotted on the 100th block of Ben Hill Road. That tells us that Summer must have walked away at some point, but we cannot say for sure. Someone has brought a similar case to our attention. The case was a little girl who was hit by a FedEx driver, and he did not want to get in trouble, so he murdered her, the little girl, so she would not tell who hit her. There's been a lot of meth users visiting my neighborhood around the time. There were also people coming to our road to look at property that was for sale. They would park everywhere on the side of the road. Then also we had the tree trimmers cutting wood and electric for the electric company. They were even using helicopters at this time. There were a lot of strangers coming around our otherwise quiet road. That's what Don said, guys. I can't believe they are even talking. Let's see. I want to read some of y'all's comments. Can't believe they rubbing me after
Had a whole new
on a
perspective
kid as
on how
well.
Summer got missing.
Put on Summer's precious time. Jinkies, you're going in and out. Jinkies. Jinkies. I don't know if they're talking about Athena or not. You want to know, Jinkies, I can't hear you. You're going in and out. Um, Don knows how I felt before we started talking to him because I've apologized to Don because we've all been back and forth. I am, in fact, I apologized to him on the live. So, when he came on here, because we've all been back and forth. It's not until I started talking to him and we started finding out that how fast people can make things up. Um, I'm reading it like a parrot, you guys. I'm waiting for Christine to come up here because she's the one that actually asked him these questions. Who came up with these questions? Christine did, Circle Jerk. She's the one that came up with a lot of these questions, guys. So just hold on to your pantyhose until We can wait on her to come up. I don't know if she's busy right now or not, but she asked him a lot of these questions. She spent hours on the phone with him, okay? But how can anyone take Don seriously, believe anything he says? All him and Candace ever done was lie. Do we know that though, Kentucky girl? I know, there has been some fibs we've caught Candace in, but um, Don's been truthful with us. I can tell you that right now. He's been very truthful with us, and people saying that he is. Don stated BK knew she was taken. Um, and he like I said, people saying that he's on a crack run and all that. He's working, you all. He broke down and cried like a baby for summer or over summer to Christine. He sobbed. And Christine's like, he don't know. He don't know. And I feel the same way. I feel like Don don't know anything, you guys. I mean, you all know we've had hard we've went hard on this case. We have went hard on this case over a year now, and you all know I've been back and forth. How do you know he's being truthful? Well, I'll tell you what, I can tell when people's manipulative and when somebody is being deceitful. And I'll tell you one thing, that man works plumb up to the nighttime. For his family right now, all he does is work. That's all he's ever did was work. That's all he ever did was work. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I know that some of the lies that has been going around is not true. So yeah, open mind solve cases. Thank you very much for that. And listen, guys, I totally understand if y'all have another opinion. I'm not here to convince you all of anything because we've went down this case back and forth. I've been back and forth with this case. You all know we have examined this case. But what if, you know? And I think with that last question that Don had, I think it's referring to what think about it, you all. What if they wouldn't have been a camera in Athena's case, what they would have thought? Like we would have really thought that Athena's stepmom did something with her, you know? We would have really thought. You all are entitled to how you all feel, but I'm telling you right now, he is answering questions for us. He's answering a lot of questions for us, and he's probably listening or maybe even in the chat right now. He wants you guys to know the truth. He just, before they were a hot mess. Y'all know it, and they know they were a hot mess before Don went to jail and everything in between. But I really feel like he's trying right now, you guys. He went out to a newspaper. He went out to a newspaper and spoke his mind on a newspaper. Daisy, I like nothing against you, but Don and Candace is going to play you like everyone else. They did make a difference. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe, but I don't feel it, you guys. I really don't. Hey, little Dovey. I feel like that maybe, he's very truthful. He's definitely not under the influence of any kind of drugs or anything. Athena's dad and stepmom were already being accused and were innocent. Exactly. So, I mean, you guys, do we really want to push Daisy without proof? You have no, let's see. I want to see what they say. You have no facts. Absolutely, I have no facts. We don't know. We absolutely do not know. And if am I going to be mean to them? Am I going to scream at them and accuse them? You killed your child and all this stuff, and cause one of them to go in to get sick or something bad happen to them because they've already been through enough and push them over the edge? Do you think that we're ever going to find Summer if we do that? Do you think if we push these people to the edge of no return to possibly, cause them like to have a heart attack or a stroke or even worse, that it's going to help us find Summer? It's not going to help us find Summer. No matter what you guys feel, how you guys feel about it, the only ones that we will know what happened that day is Candace and Grandma and Don. And that's the only one. So if we come at them and attack them and not, I mean, they don't, I'm not saying they know, no, but they know what happened up until she went missing. That's what I'm saying. So is it, by attacking them, no, I'm not going to do it because so far what he's told us is the truth. And he's admitted a lot of stuff. He had tell them to go to the Steve Wilkerson Ronald. So listen, this is ultimately for Summer. And I'm not going to attack them. I'm not. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you. Ask about Candace's phone call to Mary when they lied. That is something we will ask. We will address that. Barbara, we will ask that. I know that they were very upset about that. I know that their dealings with Mary and all that's a whole different ball game than Summer's case. I know that they've done some crazy stuff, y'all. Well, I've seen it. We've played it on here. Wild stuff. But do I think that Don has straightened up and Don has got sober and Don is trying to do right? Absolutely I do. I absolutely do. Now I'm going to wait until Christine comes up here and let me see if I can get her to come up. I don't know. I'm gonna wait until she comes up here to finish the rest of these questions because she's the ones that asks the questions. So let's see if she can come up. She's busy right now, so we'll give her a few more minutes. Oh, hang on, let me take that down. Uh-oh. Okay. Come back up, Jinkies. But we will, but there's more questions to be answered. But I do want to talk to you guys and kind of make you guys understand here. I'm not naive. I'm absolute. There she is. Daggone, there she is. Woo! Come up here, Christine and Jinkies. I know you guys. I don't want you guys to get upset at me and Christine, but we absolutely are doing this for Summer. No one on YouTube is going to find Summer. The dang TBI can't find her. You never know. You never know. Hey, Wicked Stitches. Have Don and Candace taken parenting classes? I don't know for sure. What do you think, Christine? Boy, they're piling in here. We got almost 700 people in the chat.
Oh my
So
gosh, I can't even read all the comments quick
they're
enough.
going by really fast.
I do
Um,
know, I do know that I've seen somebody asking about the 911 call.
mm-hmm,
Listen, that 911 call was out before I did my video.
mm-hmm.
So you would have to, go back to the 911 source, you know. Um, no, I did not doctor anything. I did not fake anything. Um, the only thing I did was pull from um, like the visual video and put the audio onto a different scenery, like as you seen the um, whoever it was riding on the motorcycle, one of the boys. But as far as adding anything or taking anything or clipping anything, no, I did not. That is the actual 911 call. Um, and I believe it
Hey,
was,
Harvey.
I think it was Molly Golightly who actually paid for that 911 call to be, and it's on her channel, or it was. I don't know if she took it down or not, but it is on her channel. So if you want to go hear the whole thing, you'll have to go over to Molly Golightly.
Did you see where Don asked if we had questions for Candace that Candace wanted to know?
Oh, no, I didn't even get the chance to see that. No.
Yeah, he asked it a while ago, and I was like, well, I don't have none, but Christine might have some. So he said he's there if we need to ask any more questions. But I'm going to bring these
Mm.
questions back up. Christine, do you want to read them since they're your
No,
questions, or do you want me to read it?
you read them. I'm actually on my phone,
Okay.
so I
So
can.
here we go. I do want to ask you all to subscribe to my channel and hit that like button if you haven't hit that like button. I do appreciate that. That helps my channel grow. Question number 7. Did your road ever local garbage pickup? Did your road ever local garbage pickup? Don said, yes, we did until the driver was publicly accused of hauling Summer's body away. After that accusations, the garbage company took the road off the pickup route. So allegedly, according to Don, they was people that was accusing allegedly them of doing that.
Right.
So
Yeah,
the
he was really upset about that too because, these he said that the people are very hard workers and, they didn't deserve the accusations. Um, so, and, it's not my job or Daisy's job to decide if Don and Candace are telling the truth. We're just asking the questions and they're simply answering them. Now, if
right,
they're telling the truth, that's up to them and it's up to the person who's hearing the answer. I don't know, and Daisy doesn't know, or Jinkies doesn't know if, if they're telling the truth or not. To me and Daisy, we feel they are.
right,
If you feel they're not, that's you. I mean, you have that right to feel that way. No one,
absolutely,
no one
absolutely,
has the right answers. Not even TBI, FBI, Hawkins County, Ronnie Lawson, none of them. So all we are doing is we hear the questions. I've seen questions in different people's chats that they wish that they could have asked Don, and Daisy and I are just doing the favor and asking Don himself the
everybody.
questions that you all wanted asked. I
Hmm.
cannot and Daisy cannot control what the answer is.
Right. Y'all want these questions asked? We'll ask them for you all. If they'll answer, that's good. If they won't, then there's nothing we can do. Um, I want to read this last part here for Christine. Okay. Don's statement. Don said that he is tired of constantly being attacked by social media. He and Candace passed their lie detector test. Don said that he was going to request another copy from the TBI, but then he realized that it would not make any difference with what he shows as proof. YouTubers and social media will continue to twist anything and everything to get views for themselves and their channel. Don says that he is throwing in the towel with trying to prove everything that he and Candace are innocent with Summer's disappearance. If they were guilty of anything, doesn't the public and social media realize that there would have already been an arrest for Summer's disappearance? Don said that they are going to get back to their focus on finding Summer and working to get their boys back. Don said that having their family together again is the most important goal. And I do believe that because he is gung ho on getting them boys back, ain't he, Christine?
Oh yeah. I mean, we've talked for a long time, almost every single day. I think
Mm-hmm.
today's probably the only day that we haven't talked to him uh, for the last 2 weeks, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked to him more today than I got to, but
Yeah.
um, I took my grandma to an arboretum today since it was a pretty day out, and she's 94 and she just was loving it. And I pushed her up and down the um, arboretum. They have like little trails throughout the arboretum for two
Mm-hmm.
hours. So
Oh.
by the time I got her home, she was so tired. She's like, "You don't care if I go ahead and take a nap," and she's still sleeping. So
Oh.
she was
Oh.
so tired. I know, God love her heart, but every person that walked by, she made sure she said hi to them, and she was having a good time.
Oh.
I
That's
know,
really
she's so sweet. Yes, and then she goes on the way home, she goes, "Can we do this again?" And I said, "Yeah, we'll do it again." So she liked it.
oh, that's
Mhm.
sweet.
My
I'm gonna read the
grandma.
most. Go ahead. Go ahead. What?
That's all right. Go ahead and you can finish reading the questions.
Okay. Okay. If YouTubers want to continue hurting parents who have a missing daughter and parents who have had the state take their boys, then then that is the on those YouTubers, on anyone who believes lies. Don says, anytime I have tried to explain or answer any question, it is clipped out of content to make us look bad. Candace and I trust social media to help us find dues so we can find our missing daughter. That was our biggest mistake. We have been backstabbed, manipulated, lied to, and coerced, none of which has helped us find Summer. It only took the focus off her. We are working hard to do all the requirements DCS is asking us to comply so we can bring our boys back home. We also ask that everyone stop fighting amongst each other and be the powerhouse we know you can be. As Summer's parents, we plead to anyone who's seen Summer that day and knows where she is. We ask that you come forward. We do not know who has taken our daughter. We need help. Sincerely, Don Wells. So
That's
there
pretty
you go,
sweet.
guys. And you all know, and as a YouTuber, I absolutely know what it's like for somebody to clip my content and twist it around. So
Mm-hmm.
I do think he's being smart on that part, you know.
Yeah.
He's never asked us for money, ever. He's
Not
never.
one time.
He's just asked us to be an ear to listen to him, and, to be a voice for them. And um, yeah, he's doing what he needs to do. He's working from morning till nighttime, and
Yep.
he is not on any kind of substances. I'm
No.
telling you guys,
He's
he is
definitely
straight up.
he's
Huh?
definitely 100% not on any substances. And you can ask Daisy. I talk to him from the morning till almost till I go to bed. So I've talked through him throughout the day, different periods of time of the day, and I will put my hand on a stack of Bibles. He is sober and he is working. He is not running, for some drug run or whatever it is the rumor is being put out there. He's not. I
Guys,
first
don't be upset
first
for
off,
us.
I have told Don and Daisy has been in the conversation when I've said we
This
will
is
do
what
this, but you have to be 100% honest with us because we are going to be 100% straight up and honest with you. And Daisy and I both said some hard stuff to Don, and he's taken it very well. And he has, as far as Daisy and I can tell, he has not lied to us, and he knows what the
and
consequences are if we find out that he does. He has
and we're
not lied
also
to us as far as we're concerned.
right. We also minister to him as well. He,
Exactly.
they need ministering to, and he goes with us. He goes along with us about God. He talks about God. Um and it's almost too much, you guys, for Candace, y'all. I mean, y'all need to, I mean, they've been through a lot. I just don't want nobody to be hurt anymore. We don't know. They've not come out and even named them as suspects, you guys. All we got is what we've heard on YouTube. And most of it has not even been fact checked. How many of this stuff has been fact checked? I know we've seen sheet shows. I'm not going to deny that. They were a complete and thorough mess before Don went to jail. But I really do think that he's trying. Now, don't let these other creators who get mad at us try to convince you all and push hate on it, because hate is not going to get this case solved. Hate is not going to do anything when it comes to Summer.
And
And
fighting amongst each other isn't going to do anything
Right,
either.
absolutely, absolutely, you know, and so, I mean, if other creators are bashing me, don't even bother to send it to me because I don't even want to watch it. Let them do their bashing. I will live my life, and they can live their life. If they want to make money off the bash channel, then they can. That's their prerogative.
That
I'm
says more
the
about
one who
them
has
than
to
it does
answer to
you,
God.
Daisy.
Huh?
I said that says more about them than it does you, Daisy.
Right. But like, people will send me stuff and say, "Oh, well, this and that." I just ask that people don't, because I don't want to see it. It's not going to affect my day any more or less, because
Mhm.
this is ultimately about Summer and about being a human being. And what I've seen, just what we've been talking to Don, things and how they've been twisted around on them. Like, I know I understand you guys are upset about Don and Candace not getting out and looking for Summer. Don says he has been looking
Yeah.
for Summer.
Yep.
Um, we don't know
He
what
said
they
he
did.
didn't know he had to videotape it to prove that he did.
Right.
That's
Absolutely lean on me. Absolutely. So, you know, let's not push them over the edge. Look at the creators that went after Brandy Neal. Look at them. You know how shitty they feel now? They should feel shitty. They should
mhm.
feel really shitty
Oh, and let
about
me
the
tell you
fact that,
this. Look at little Athena.
right,
I'm telling you, there was creators that were gearing up. You could see it. The wheels were starting to get to turning, and they were going to start blaming the dad because the dad went on a hunting trip. That same time, the stepmom got into a fight with the little girl. They had the little girl sleeping in the shed. That's where her bedroom was. Everybody was already throwing up red flags at these people. And then guess what? They had nothing to do with little Athena's disappearance or
right.
murder at the end. It wasn't
Don,
even it wasn't even them, but everybody was getting ready to attack them.
right. Now they're saying that the video 911 call has been altered. I said, you all know Christine, and y'all know
Why
Christine
would
ain't
I alter
altered
that?
nothing.
Why would I alter that? That is not true. I've not altered anything. Listen,
Right.
I've not made any interviews. I did not pay for any 911 calls. I did not, these are all just clips from all the great creators that had courage enough to go and do the interviews and get
Mhm.
more information for us. I thanked every single one of the creators in my description. I can't name them all because I can't remember where I've clipped them all. What it was is just a documentary of what had been happening so far on this case. Okay, that's all that was. I did not do any
Thank you,
interviewing.
sir.
I did not pay for any 911 call. I did not do any of that stuff. Now, you
We are
guys,
not. Yeah,
go
and
ahead.
I just want to put that, we're not saying that Don is and Candace are innocent or guilty. We don't know. That's all we're saying. We don't
Exactly.
know. But honestly, what we can say that we've witnessed is that Don is clueless. Right, Christine?
No. Yes, I believe that so, and I think that Don is going by what Candace has told him. That's where his story is coming from. I
See,
mean,
we don't know. I mean,
we don't know.
we're out here just trying to find out, be kind, um, and clear up some speculation, um, and be respectful and supportive, and and come together so we can all find this baby together, all of us, Don, Candace, whoever it takes to find her. um I think they need new eyes. I absolutely positively believe they need to have a new set of eyes on
Yep,
this
they need
case.
a new team. Yep, and but what we can say for 100 for sure factual is
Hmm.
how Don is today. We can't say what he did back then or a
Okay.
year ago, but we can say how he is today. And
Hmm.
today, as far as Daisy and I are concerned, he is sober and he is working. And that's what we know for sure.
And he's not angry. He's not
He's not.
angry at all.
No.
He has calmed down. We've ministered to him. We talk to him
Mhm.
every day, and
On
that's
video
what they
chat,
need.
not just texting, on video chat. So we know it's 100% him.
And he works late up into the nighttime, guys. He's
He
probably
worked
still there
so hard.
working.
Yeah, exactly. And he has worked so hard that one night it was like, what, 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and I had to literally tell him, pack up and go home and get you some rest. He's
Yeah.
trying to support his family.
I don't know when their court date is. That is something I don't know, and I don't think they would tell because they probably
Mm-mm.
don't want YouTubers. And even if he told us, I would probably not tell because I don't
Mhm.
want people going there and causing more friction and trouble on that date, which it'll probably be known anyway.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
heard he's angry since he's out of jail. He was angry that night up on my YouTube channel. He's calmed down a lot, and
Mm.
he's focused. He's focused on getting them boys back. He is brokenhearted. He wants his kids back. That's all he talks about. That's all he says. That's all he wants.
And
And
we
I
tried to
really,
do a little bit of small talk with him, but he'd go right back to either Summer or the boys. This is really way, I mean, he is a very tough person. He carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. And it's very hard to even get him to smile or even just let out a little bit of a chuckle. He is like just very, very, very devastated, very torn up about all of it, everything. And he's getting attacked from every single angle.
well, yeah, he is. So, um, we're not saying we go against what you guys are saying, going against you all, because I understand there's a lot of things that we have questions about. Every one of us do.
Yeah.
And what happened that day. And Candace is even willing to open up and answer questions for us as well. That right there says a lot to me.
Yeah.
That
Because she's
says
not talk to anybody else.
right. If you want to get on there and you want to answer questions, you want people to know, and you want people to keep looking for your baby girl, that's the ultimate goal. Is finding
Mm.
Summer, not fussing, fighting, YouTubers saying, "Oh, go attack this creator because she's talking to Don Wells." I never did that when Don was talking to them at all,
Exactly.
did I? So I don't know
And
why.
we're talking to them with a open, kind heart. God is leading Daisy and I both to have open communication with them, you all.
Mhm.
This is not a self-led communication, and this is led directly by God from me and Daisy.
Right.
Okay? This is something, if you guys want answers, then we'll ask the questions,
We
but don't get
crime.
mad about what the
We've never
answer is.
right. We've never said that Don and Candace don't lie. We've never said that, guys. Y'all are putting words in our mouth just while we're up here. Ziggy V
See?
is Ziggy V is very sick, guys. Very sick. She come off a ventilator and she's very sick. So please pray
Mm.
for Ziggy V, okay? She is at home, but her butt didn't need to come out of that hospital. Let's see who's calling me. Sorry.
And you guys, if you have
Um,
any questions for Don or Candace, if you would, once the live is over, just put it into the comment
Guys,
section.
I just want to put it out here. If any of you all are running back and forth and stirring up trouble from one chat to the other, please don't do that. Come on, guys, please don't say that. Don't start doing that, okay? Um,
They're gonna just do it anyway, so
well,
it's not everybody.
I know, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna do what we're gonna do.
It just
You all
baffles
can.
my mind how everybody gets so stir crazy when just as soon as it's not the answer that they want, they get all upset. Daisy and I can't control what the answer is. We can just tell you
You know
what the
what?
answer is, and that's all.
Bo Evan just had a good question that all of us has been wondering.
What?
Why don't you ask Don that? What happened to the couch in the basement? You think we should ask him that?
Yeah, I can ask him. Hang on.
Daisy,
Don't mention anything up here on the panel. Guys, I just ask that people don't go back and forth between creators and stir stuff up, because right now we're trying to answer questions for everybody, and we're going to ask Don. Are you going to ask him, Christine, or you want me to? Or
I mean, if you want to, or one of us can.
well, he does better with you if you want to. You get your questions, but we're going to ask him. We're going to ask Don about the. We're going to ask Don about the couch. What happened to the couch? Because that is a question that I want to know. Um, I don't know this, Christine and Daisy. You cannot say it's the fact that they are sober. No, but what we've seen, we listen. I'm a good judge of character. I can tell when somebody's high when they're not. Come on, crime. Come on, come on.
Well, how about we say this? When Daisy and I are talking to Don, and I can't speak for Candace because we've not spoken to Candace, but when Daisy and I have spoken to Don, he has been sober.
Okay, Don just said this. He just sent this to us. Sent this to me. Don says, and guys, all this other distraction is not going to get in our way from this. I mean, if we have to start blocking people, I will. Right now, I don't want to do that. But yeah, let's not argue and fight. This is what Don said. He said, I only turn to social media because that covers way more ground than physically going out and looking. And I agree. I agree 100% on that. And that's why he keeps coming out here and subjecting himself to social media. Thank you guys. Thank you. So, listen, I love you guys. I don't want y'all to be upset with me. I'm not telling you to change your mind. I'm just, Christine's asking him if he'll answer questions or not. I'm not going to let a bunch of people come up on panel tonight, guys, because it's already getting a little chaotic in here. And I don't want to, I've been sick and I just don't want to deal with all that right now. So, I'm only letting limited amount of people come up here on panel. But at least he is, and he is hellbound on getting it out on YouTube, keeping Summer's name out there. And y'all have to admit he does a pretty good job at it. What is dirty, Divine Justice? What is dirty? Tell me that. I hope y'all don't get mad at me. He's working right now to get his boys back. That's what he's doing. He's working from daylight to dark. They have to make a living, you guys. You all are not.
Okay,
It's easy to get behind the computer screen and
I
judge,
just
judge, but when go ahead, Robin.
I just talked to Don. He
Mm-hmm.
said I asked him if him and Candace were taking parenting classes and AA, and he said yes to both of them.
So there you go.
I told you I've been trying to tell y'all he's not drinking. They are not drinking.
I mean, guys, I really wouldn't be saying this. Y'all know me. Y'all know I've been back and forth on this thing. I've been back and forth, and
I still am too, but you
we're
got to give people the benefit of the doubt because all the time they was on YouTube getting screamed at and they were screaming and cursing and Candace was going back and forth with other females because they were drunk. That's what drunk people do.
they've not failed in the past, but they are trying to do better now. That's what
Yeah.
we're seeing, and we got to give him a little credit. Yeah, he's out of town. He's in Arkansas right now. I don't
Yes.
know, guys. I'm just telling you what he says. That's
Daisy,
all we can do.
Daisy,
You
can you
all.
hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What is your email address? Can you put it in the back chat for me?
Mm-hmm.
He works in Arkansas. He don't work in Tennessee because of certain people that wanted to steal his life. So there.
Um, all Don has ever known, I'm going to tell you all this, what I have learned. All he's ever known is drywall. His mom even was a drywaller, wasn't he, Christine? His mom, can y'all believe that?
And
His mom
Kansas.
was a drywaller. So he grew up doing drywall. So that's all he knows what to do. Why do they go for parenting classes? Before
Where
they
did they
even
go?
attempt to give them, no, you're here 120 acres. You're here, honey. I see you, honey. Um, before I done forgot what I was going to say. I'm trying to read chat and talk to y'all. Can you ask Don Wells if Tiffany Marie is Summers? Uh, I can probably tell you right now she's not, because
Uh,
he didn't know her from then. Um, but uh, we're just Candace is doing drywall. No, Candace is at home, you guys. We don't know that
Kansas.
Romeo. We don't know. No one's ever been proven guilty. I
Kansas
mean, like,
knows
if
how to do drywall.
just think about this, guys. Here we are coming at these people who's never been named as a suspect, never, who has lost their children and lost a little girl, and unthinkable things can go through your mind in that one. And you know, what if they they're innocent and one of them from the stress loses their life from the stress, gets sick and loses their life. You know, I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to be the person that I mean, since I've been talking to him, I've totally changed how I felt about things. And I still think about certain things, but I don't think Don knows where Summer is. I think he's truly grieving. I really do. Christine's talking to Don right now. So, you busted him out. He's supposed to be in Winslow, Arizona.
He is.
Is he in Arizona or Arkansas? I thought he was in Arkansas.
He's in Arkansas. I'm sorry. He's in
Yeah,
Arkansas.
Benny. He's in Arkansas. I think he's working, wherever he is. I can tell you that much. He is working.
He's in Arkansas.
Yeah, he's
At least
working. He's in Arkansas. Y'all, so please be kind because my stomach's not doing real well tonight. I've been sick and I come out here for these, answers and stuff. So I just ask everybody to be nice. Everyone is a suspect, right? Absolutely. Thank you, Barb, for that super chat. Thank you so much. So Candace still unemployed. I think so. I'm not for sure. Okay. Corrected a lie, no accident. No, no. What? Daisy just corrected a lie, no accident. So I don't know, but I'm trying to read all y'all's questions. Okay, I'm trying to. But we're asking him right now about the couch. What happened to the couch? Um, so that's a good question that we're asking him. But I'm telling you, Benny, he's good. He's doing good, Benny. I promise. Don is doing good. You might not think he ain't, but I'm telling you, he's working his A off. He's really working his tail off. And we FaceTimed him, so uh he's at his job site. He's not on no substances or nothing like that.
No,
And
he's
and he
on. He's on
huh?
probation. So
Yeah. And he works from daylight to dark. So, and he cried like a baby the other night with on Christine about Summer. He cried like a baby. He has not, I don't think he knows where Summer's at, you all. I really don't. What happened to the pillow in the car? I don't know. Let me see. Listen, I'm a good judge of character, y'all. I've worked around psych patients, alcoholics, drug addicts, you name it. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. Okay. I can tell when someone's under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And I'm telling you right now, to me, in my opinion, Don has been sober. He is sober and he's been working every night. So be proud of him, Benny. Be proud of him. Because he really is trying. He's heartbroken. He's heartbroken over his boys. And he's heartbroken over Summer. We're waiting on
Benny Keys,
Christine to.
Benny Keys, where's that pillow at? Uh,
You're you're under the influence of Glee. Now listen, guys, I'm just telling you how he is now. We known that it was a she show before. We know that they what was he under the influence when Summer went missing? Let me read. I'm trying to read y'all's comments because I really care about what y'all say. I mean, I do. It as far as it's fair and not being mean or anything like that. I lost that question, y'all. I'm sorry.
to go
Oh,
to
there it
work.
is. Was he under the influence when Summer was missing? Yes. Then you'd know you can't sit there and say he's innocent. Who said he was under the influence? Can we prove that Dawn was under the influence the day Summer went missing? Absolutely not. How are we going to prove that? How are we going to prove that? The police never said he was under the influence. He comes straight home after work. How do you know that he was how do y'all know that he was under the influence? He was working that day. Daisy, I have witnessed you get buffaloed. Not saying Don is, but you had a messy lives in the past, hon. How have I had messy lives? But are you talking about the Rose Bly? The
He
Rose
can
Okay,
Bly?
leave
ask Don
state.
about that, Daisy.
He
Huh?
can leave.
Ask Don about that one thing,
What thing?
about that picture of that
I
woman.
didn't. I
What?
don't know, you guys. I don't know if he's going to answer any questions yet or not. So you'll have to just give me a couple minutes and be patient with me.
You can
Be
leave
patient,
state
y'all.
when you're on probation if you have permission from your PO.
I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying to be. I'm trying to keep an open mind about that. Well, actually, I can release that audio that everybody come at me at about Rose, and y'all can decide for yourself. There's a lot of people mentioned in there, a lot of creators that I wanted to protect over that was said in that. Um, then he said, "That's awesome. Ask him if there was a domestic violence situation at his house on the 19th of January,
No,
please."
so
No, no, he'd already gone on that day. We already went over that, Benny, and there wasn't because he was already gone. That's the day he come on my channel. He was gone that day. So, um, well, I don't think there was. I don't know. There could have been. I'm not saying there wasn't. The 19th evening of give or take, ask him if there was a DV situation. Okay, I will. We will whenever he gets back with Christine. I don't know.
Obviously, he has
Guys,
permission.
y'all know they fight. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
Okay,
as
Daisy. I
yes,
think
ma'am.
so. Don is in chat, listening. He's watching,
Uh
and
huh.
him and Candace both. And he says that it's getting very hateful
Uh
and
huh.
out of control, and he does not feel comfortable right now answering
Okay.
questions.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine, and I can understand that because there are a lot of people who is coming at us like "Meow" right now. That's understandable. It probably wouldn't be good for them to be in the chat and listening to people. It's not good for people's mental health to listen to this. That's why I say if any creator bashes me, just don't even bother sending it to me because I don't care. That's fine with me. I'm doing what I have to do, and I'm feeling what I feel in my heart, what God tells us to do in this case. And, this case has went nowhere for 19 months. And coming and attacking Don and Candace is not going to help this case any more than anything else. In fact, it's just going to make it worse. What if there is somebody out there that has hurt that baby? What if they are? Now, I don't want to block people, but if y'all get in here and be nasty and mean, I'm going to probably do that because I'm trying to be nice here. But could you all imagine how you would feel if you were innocent and people kept on attacking you? You lost your children, your job, your daughter you have no idea about, and then you no, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that, y'all. Now, if y'all want questions answered, we got to do it the civil way. We can't sit and attack them. That's just not going to help. That's not going to help Summer. That's not going to help nobody. And I'm not pushing nobody into doing nothing. If Don and Candace don't feel comfortable answering questions tonight, that's just fine with me. Because people's mental health is more important than anything. And I'm not hurting nobody. This life is not about hurting people. We only have one life and we got to answer to the big guy upstairs. We got to answer to him on what we do in this life. And if we rip a person to shreds and into 1,000 people, we're going to have to answer to that one day. So I know that a lot of people has become more and more like angry as these creators come on and attack and assume and no, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be mean to Don and Candace. I'm going to be very respectful to them. We're coming out with the truth and how we feel. And I'm sorry, guys, if, I respect your opinions. I honestly respect y'all's opinions. But I'm telling you right now, they're doing what they need to do to get their kids back. And that's the most important thing to me. And keeping Summer's name out here. Just like Brandy wants baby Monkey's name out here. You remember how the creators was bashing her. Her daughter came on and went to one of the creators' channels and saw the bashing and started crying hysterically. And now look. We find out that it was the darn neighbor who done it. The neighbor who took Monkey. And the sad part of that is that they've come out with DNA analysts. They've sent DNA off, which makes me think the very worst in that case. That they saw biological evidence that Monkey was there. That's what it makes me feel. And I want continued prayers for Brandy. I mean, we've got to do this, guys. We know how bad these YouTube streets can get. We know how bad they can get and how people can twist things. We know. Any creator out here knows how people can twist things and say things that's not true, or take something that you say and take it out of content. He was answering questions, but everybody's being too mean in the chat. Christine, I would just tell him not to be in the chat because it's not. I mean, there's people being nice in the chat, but it's not good.
Don has been searching for Summer.
Brandy never was hurt her child, Janice. It was the neighbor who stole her child. She never hurt her child. That's the point. Whereas Summer, we all want to know where Summer's at. But attacking Don and Candace ain't going to help. All it's going to do is just continue on the same old angry mob that we've had all along. And you know it. It's been an angry mob encouraged by a lot of YouTubers. It's time to take a step back and all of us together, along with the Don and Candace, figure out what happened that day on June 15th, 2021. You know, Christine's still talking right now, so but and if anything, I'll listen. They want to search. I'll load up my side by side, and we'll go up there and we'll search. I probably can't do it, but whoever else wants to, I don't live that far from Don and Candace. Um, I don't know if Summer's there. Summer could be anywhere, you all. She could be anywhere. We just don't know. No, Summer wouldn't want all this chaos. Summer wouldn't want people attacking her parents. Summer would be like, leave my mommy and daddy alone. That's what she would do. She would be like, leave my mommy and daddy alone. Do y'all really think that she would want everybody to come at her mom and dad like that? Mm-mm. Listen, if that baby is no longer with us, that baby's in heaven. She's with God. She's hurting no more. If someone did come up on that hill and take that baby and hurt her in any way, rest assured God was with her and she's still with him. I know you all are angry. I know you want to know the truth. I know y'all want answers, but even the TBI wants answers. But, they've never been like in Harmony Montgomery's case. Her dad from the beginning was a suspect. He's been in jail pretty much from the beginning of when they found out she was missing. Okay. And same thing with once they found out who took Little Monkey, they've been in jail. Look at Leilani. She's in jail. Does that not tell you all something that Don and Candace has never been mentioned as being a suspect in this case? So why are we coming at them so hard? That's what I'd like to know. That's exactly what I'd like to know. So why does Don dislike Dave Radar, please? What did Dave do? Well, Don don't want to answer a question. We could have asked questions tonight, guys, but where people's being, some people are being hateful. I'm not saying all of them. He just would rather not do it. He would rather not.
Okay, Daisy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Don and Candace are definitely reading chat right now. So he has a few things that he would like to address, and I'll read it to you. Hopefully it'll still be okay. So the first thing he wants to say is he also never, he said, hang on a second. I never admitted to S.A.ing my stepsister. I only admitted to playing house, which means she is guilty too. Mary's statement was a complete and total lie, and there was only 2 signed statements, not 7 like CM kept saying. So that's the first thing. The second thing is also, Candace is completely brokenhearted, and anytime she sees bad stuff in chat, she starts crying. She's completely tore up right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell Don not to let her read chat. Tell him not right now. She's not in a good health right now to read chat. That's just not good. That's not good for her. And I do want to say somebody, listen, you guys, just be nice, okay? That's all I ask. How are we ever going to get anything answered for Summer if y'all, I know a lot of people are nice in here, but the ones that's not being nice, just be nice, okay?
They don't know where Summer is. Why everybody bless Lulu, you've already been told. They don't know.
Just don't tell them not to let Candace read the chat because there's different creators, people in here, and I just don't want them to get up, especially Candace, because She's already got health issues. I don't want anything,
Yeah.
bad happening to her. She don't need to see this kind of stuff.
I
Um,
told him to tell her not to read the chat. I think he's still gonna read it though. But
so
I
guys,
think
be
he's telling
nice.
me to. Read the back chat for a minute, Daisy.
Okay. The most important thing right now, guys, is what that happened in the past is the past. They're trying to get their kids back now. They're trying. He's working his ass off to take care of his kids or to get his children back. He worked his ass off when he had his kids before, you guys. We all know okay. Okay. Thank you. We all know that Don worked all the time, you all. All the time.
Did you
So,
read that?
yeah, I did. I did.
Did you read about the email?
Yeah, I seen it.
Okay.
I'll check it. And
Okay.
so, but how do y'all know what these people? Y'all act like y'all know. Some of y'all act like you know what these people did before Summer went missing. Y'all don't know. All y'all know is just what you've been told by other people who supposedly been their friend. We've heard the 500 million trillion thousand 257 million things that Jody Sue said. How many times has she said so many different things off the wall? There's no facts. Bring facts. There's no facts. Exactly, lean on me. We shouldn't kick people when we're down, especially when they have health issues. I am concerned about any human being. Let me tell you something. I don't hate any human being. And yes, ma'am, I am concerned about her health. And I'm not going to have her watching this when she's already had a stroke and other complications too that could cause her to go over the edge. I'm not doing it. I'm not mean. I'm not vicious. And I don't want her on here. Absolutely not. I'm trying to be nice here too, guys, but you guys, we're human beings here. This is somebody's whole life. We can turn off this computer and go to sleep and have our day. But guess what? They don't get to turn this off. They have to wake up every single day and know that their daughter is gone and that their boys are no longer with them. And this is a reality for them. And they're at least trying. They're trying. Good night, Benny. And you got to give them that. You got to give them that. And all we can do is minister to them and all of us work together and try to find out where this baby is. Because we got to keep her name out here. We have to. Because all these other cases clouds that. And by us talking and trying to figure out, Christine has worked her tail off to try to think of other things that could have happened that day or anything that would lead us to just a little bit that would help find out. She's looking at other people that was there that day. Right, Christine?
Yeah, I'm looking at or other people that were there that day that could have seen something. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've done anything to Summer or with Summer, but if they were there, they may have been able to see something. Like I said, like look at Athena. Who would have thought it was the FedEx person?
Right.
I would have never in a million trillion years even thought that the FedEx person would have accidentally hit this child, and because the child didn't die, was going to throw her in the back of his truck and try to break her neck, and it didn't work, so then he choked her to death. What the heck? But here we are on our side of the media side getting ready to really go after the parents, and they had nothing to do with it.
Listen,
And
I've
I'm
done the
guilty
same
of
thing
doing
too.
it too, because I was looking at them too like suckers.
All of
But
us has. I'm not saying that listen, I understand where y'all are coming from because I was the same way. But I honestly don't believe it now, that I've seen and after we've talked to Don and we're seeing how he's doing and talking to him and actually getting to know the person instead of what we've heard and seen. then it's a different story. And I'm sure if you all had a chance to calm down, set aside your views for just a second and listen, just listen to
Listening's
him,
learning.
it would make a difference. I'm not judging anybody. I promise I'm not judging you all. I'm just
But it's
asking
okay.
everybody
Listen,
to be
Daisy,
nice.
we're not judging them, but it's okay for them to judge us.
Right.
Hi, Miss V.
I'm just saying, if you don't want to be judged, don't judge us. I mean, we are simply doing. You guys wanted some questions to be answered. We asked the questions, and
Mhm.
we cannot predict what the answer is going to be. All we can do is tell you what the answer was that was given.
Not
That's it.
Gracie.
That's all we can do.
If we
Okay?
just calm down, if y'all would just calm down a little bit and put your views aside, okay? And maybe listen to Don and Candace, we could probably all get somewhere with this case. But by bashing them and ripping them into shreds, it ain't going to do nothing. It's
Nope.
been there, done that, y'all. It's just going to make it
Nope.
worse. And right now, what they need, they don't need this mental stress in their life right now, both of them. Anybody that suffers with any kind of addiction in the past don't need that kind of stress. They need to keep their mind healthy and their faces forward. And no, I don't want them coming in here with all this. I don't. Absolutely not. So there we go. It has been too long for summer.
You guys, our questions, Don is answering those questions himself. They're not accusations, they're not our opinions. He is actually answering the questions, okay? We know for a fact that it is Don because we've talked to him over video chat. We've seen him, he's seen us, we've seen each other.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to him every single day for the last 2 weeks. Every day.
Right,
Every single
Daisy
day.
May.
And nobody's gonna know anything about DCF because it's a gag order on the boys.
Absolutely. And we probably won't never talk about that again on here. Um,
No.
and I think this is the best way to do it because that way they don't get upset and say things that they don't mean and not you know not and I just don't think it's healthy for them to read chat and deal with the negativity that not all of it, but y'all try to just try to think about, put yourself in their shoes. Just put yourself in their shoes. Yeah, I mean, yes, Miss Daisy, you all come against Don and Candace hard for over absolutely, and I've apologized to him too over that. I think your chat is just in amazement that you are looking in a different direction now. I understand that, Miss Shelton. Absolutely.
And it's hard to
All
put
went well.
yourself in their
Well,
shoes.
we've looked at everything, and yeah, for a long time, I thought that they were guilty. I absolutely did. But now that I'm talking to Don and everything, I'm starting to look at things differently. And, I'm my eyes are starting to open and be like, wow, he's really heartbroken over his baby girl and his children. He's out here fighting for his kids.
Not
Um,
only that, the Athena case actually busted that wide open for me as well is, you know, some things that may not be on record
mhm,
could be a possibility too. I mean, if you really think about it, it was during COVID, okay?
mhm,
2021, it's during COVID. During that time, the kids had stay-at-home school, right? So all the kids were staying home and doing school through computer. Well, most of them, at least the ones here were. I don't know about Tennessee, but the real estate was booming. There's a couple properties on Ben Hill Road that was for sale, which brought in people from the city looking for country living to get away from, what we thought was the pandemic. And nobody knew what the future held. So people that lived in the city wanted to start looking at country living, and
Mhm.
they had a couple properties on Ben Hill Road that were for sale. And I will tell you, I had one person had their home up for sale on my road. I have a dead end road and I live on the country, same kind of country as Don and Candace live in. Our road is a dead end road as well. And I will tell you that one property that sold years ago for 75,000. Guess what it sold for? Sold for $235,000.
Wow.
And it is only a 900 square foot home, but it's on a lake. Okay. And it
Yeah.
has 7 acres of land on it, but it's on a huge hill. I mean, to mow the grass is even like you're risking your life mowing this yard. But it went
Right.
for $235,000. And do you know how many people came for the open house? They had 5 open houses, at least 20 to 40 people at each open house. And our little road, we only have like 10 houses on our road. And to have that many people, cars were parking on our property, on our neighbor's property, on the property that was being sold. It was crazy. I'd never ever seen anything like that before in my entire life. There were bidding wars. That's why the house sold for $235,000. The $75,000 house. And I'm telling you, it, to, I probably wouldn't have paid $75,000 for it, just because I know the hill that it's on, but it
Right.
sold for $235,000. It blew my mind. And for look at the land that's on Ben Hill Road. That is prime property right there.
Right.
Don't you? I know there had to have been lots and lots of prospects to want to buy this property. And that right in itself brought strangers to that road. It did.
Right. Well, that
And plus you've
we are
got the tree trimmers over here that are, cutting the trees. They're
right.
strangers. There's lots of strangers coming in on that quiet little road. We don't
Hello,
know.
guys.
Somebody could have definitely abducted
That's
Summer.
her. An
Somebody could have
abductor.
had an accident, just like the
Right.
FedEx guy.
Right.
And there's who's going to see that? But
Right.
yes, what we were going to do with Athena's case is we were getting ready to attack her parents and look into the parents hard, because
Come on, bring on me.
it did look suspicious. It did look suspicious.
Right.
The dad went away at the same time that Athena went missing on a hunting trip in a whole different state. The stepmom said, "Oh, I just got in a fight with her, and the last time I seen her, she went to her room." And we're all
Right.
like, "What? That is
Right.
so sus."
Right.
And we were all I was even looking at them too. Here it turns out to be
Thank
the
you,
FedEx
Barb.
driver.
Right. Thank
And
you, Barb. I don't know if she's still smoking or not. Go
that
ahead,
made
Sarah.
me open my eyes to something else. To more than just I mean, it definitely there's a possibility that they don't know what happened to Summer, you guys.
Right. Absolutely. And I'm not going to be mean and turn him away when they come to us and ask us for, well, they're not, I mean, well, they're asking everybody for help to find Summer, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I'm not going to be mean. We're going to do whatever we can do um, to help support and find Summer. And if that means that we're going to go do another Christmas tree at Warriors Park, or do a birthday party for her, because so far she's not got one. You never know what we'll do. We'll do whatever we can do to keep her name out there. I've that's what I told Don. I was like, I'm going to continue keeping her name out there no matter what. Just like I'm going to continue keeping little baby Monkey's name out here and his little face out here, and little Harmony Montgomery, until their bodies are found, or they are found. I'm going to keep their little faces out here, you know. So I don't expect people to get upset with us, and I'm not asking anybody to change their mind. I'm just like just try to understand where we're coming from ourselves, you know. Um, and Don, I mean, Don, he don't have to sit here and take this criticism from people. He don't have to do it. If he was really a guilty person, I really would think he wouldn't even go on social media, because most people that are guilty won't do that. They won't reach out for help. What is he doing? He's begging for help. He is begging for help to find Summer and to get his boys back, or even be able to see his kids. Can you imagine how heartbreaking that is for somebody not to even be able to see or talk to your children? You know, and that's all we're asking is just respect for that and stuff. Um, and
So I
Don
guess,
open up to us and talk to us, but that he's not going to, as long as the chat is being not nice and coming at him with these. And guys, let me tell you something. I'm just going to put it right here. I'm not going to address other issues in Don's life. Like his issue with Mary is that's between him and Mary. I'm not addressing that on here. They are both adults. They can handle that on their own. That issue is not what we're worried about over here on this channel. We're worried about Summer, Moon, Utah, Wells, not about what happened between Don and Mary or allegedly happened between them. That is not going to be over on this channel. So please don't bring that up in here.
and we've never even did a video or any chat about it.
Huh?
And I said, we've never even done any kind of video or chat about it.
Right. Hey, Rhonda Lynn, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that super chat. Don Candace needs to tell you what happened with H and Summer earlier in the day that Summer went missing. I don't know. I don't know what happened that day. Candace is told, what happened with them that day. H is a child. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, Daisy, what do you think about this? After the live, if they have questions, they can put their questions in the comment section, and we can ask those questions. If they are, don't ask questions that you guys know are insulting, okay?
Right.
If you have a real question that would help you with this case, or help you feel better about how you're going to make your decision or whatever, you could put it in the chat, in the comment section after the live, and we'll do our best to have it answered for you the next time we go live. But please make sure that you are respectful with your questions.
Right.
And Candace said she'd be more than willing to answer some questions as well.
Yeah.
So if you want to address Don, or if you want to address Candace with a question, that's fine. Put it in the comment section after the live, okay? Because there's too many questions. I can't keep track of them, and it'll help me ask them the questions, okay?
Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Lean on me. Let him without sin cast the first stone. Exactly. And somebody put in the chat, Don lies. What if we found Don the lie about? He's been pretty honest about everything. He didn't. I mean, he's made him an open book on here. He's not. I don't even know anything that he has lied on social media about. He's been pretty open about everything. Hey, Ziggy V. Glad you're doing better. I love you, Misty. It's my grandson and little and me. Love you so much. Love you too. I hope you're doing better, Miss Ziggy. We all love you over here on the farm. How does any of this help find Summer? So Ryan, by us talking with Christine and Don and Candace. Well, Don, he talks with Candace. Um, talk about different things that could have happened that day and go over. And Christine has access to a lot of different information. She can get information, right, Christine?
Right.
And she has gone deep. Like y'all know Christine, she goes deep. Anybody that knows her. And so by us all working together, we can find this baby. We can figure out who took this baby, who was in that area, what went down at that time, what was seen. What was it, Christine, that we just mentioned that there was cars being parked on the side of the road and everything that day that we didn't even know about, right?
Well, there was property that was for sale on Ben Hill Road at that time. And like I said, the real estate was booming. So, there was people coming from the city down to the country looking for the country living, and there were people looking at the properties that were strangers coming to that area.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like I was telling everybody else, there was property up for sale at that time on where I live, and people were just going crazy. It was the craziest thing. I'd never seen anything like it before.
Right.
So and that's the same thing that was happening over there on Ben Hill. There was strangers coming in to look at that property from out of state. There was. And there's also the tree trimmers, not saying the tree trimmers did anything, but all these people, they could have seen something may have happened. And I just refer back to Athena's case, which we did not even fathom to think about a FedEx person hitting the little Athena, and then taking her and then killing her. We didn't ever think of that. We were automatically looked straight at the parents first thing. Boom.
Right. Right. Look, innocent until proven guilty said 50 tree trimmers was there that
See,
day.
exactly. You see what I mean? 50 tree
Right.
trimmers.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, I
wow.
don't know if that's for sure or not, but that's what Innocent said.
Well, I'm
Ziggy
not
B said, I
saying
love
that the
you all.
tree
I
trimmers
really
did
miss you.
anything. I'm just saying they may have seen something.
Right. Prayers for Summer and her brothers. They were and are the victims. Justice is coming. Um, yes,
Let's just
prayer
look at this,
for them.
Daisy.
Yeah.
We have looked at Don and Candace so hard, inside, outside,
Upside,
upside down,
upside down.
underneath, have we
Mhm.
not?
Yeah.
And where has it gotten us? Nowhere.
Nowhere.
No rest, right?
Absolutely
So that
nowhere.
that
Yeah.
means we need to start looking at we need to branch out, you all. We need to branch out a little bit, open our minds a little bit. Now
Yep.
we've already looked at Candace and Don and Grandma. We've looked at them. We've looked at Jody
Hunter
Sue pretty hard. We've looked at
too.
Hunter pretty hard. Okay. And still,
And
TBI,
ADD.
FBI, Leslie Earhart, the head of TBI says they have no more clues than the day they started,
Oh, thank
right?
you, Uncle Mama Bear. Right. They did absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Thank you, Bo Evans. You're right.
the only thing that stands out to me is that she says that Summer was seen on the 100th block of Ben Hill. That means she got off the property. They're not going to say that she was seen on the 100th block of Ben Hill if she wasn't. So that
I'm telling
means
you right
she was
now.
off of the property somehow. She must have walked down there, got down there, and Don and I were talking. And Summer, he said that Summer sometimes, how little girls are, if they don't get their way, they get mad. Well, he said it could be possible that she went outside and walked away because she could have been mad that nobody was playing with her. She wanted someone to play with, and nobody would play with her. And so
Or she
he
could
said
have
that
just got
it's possible
curious.
that she could have gotten mad,
Right.
but he
Right.
wasn't there, so he doesn't know. But he said that, when sometimes when, she didn't get what she was asking, she would get upset. And that's typical little 5-year-old girl. That is typical.
a little tomboy too. You got to think about
Exactly.
that. Summer was a tomboy. So she was used to going up and down them. She was used to going in the yard. I don't know about down the driveway, but how far away from the house if someone would have been standing there or up come walked up that hill? Look, in the
Mm-hmm.
mountains, people that's used to living in the mountains, they could go up and down them mountains like they're nothing. I don't
Mm-hmm.
give a darn how steep. When I was a little girl, I stayed in the mountains, so I could run up and down them mountains like there was nobody. I
Mm-hmm.
ate a lot like Summer. I was when I was little. I'd run around barefoot. I was tough as a shoelace. We'd swing off of the freaking mountain. I know I'd be going 40 feet up the air. It's a wonder I didn't get killed. But I'm telling you, Summer was adventurous.
Mm-hmm.
She may have possibly wandered down that road, and the
Mm-hmm.
wrong person at the wrong time
Yep.
got hold of her.
I mean,
Even ACB said, he don't even know what happened to her because uh he said that stuff has never happened. But there was a lot of strange people there that day. A lot of
exactly.
people there
And
that
let me tell you what, y'all don't think Summer would be like, ooh, who are these stranger guys cutting down my trees? What are they doing? What's this helicopter doing? You don't think that a little 5-year-old and the boys would be curious about that? Because
right,
as an adult, I know I was, because they came to my house too about a month later and did the same thing on my neighbor's property. And me
I'm
and my
t-
husband were like, what in the heck is going on over here? There was
right.
no, they didn't send out any notices that they were going to do it. The electric company didn't say, oh, we're going to be cutting trees, trimming trees, nothing. They just showed up and started doing their work.
I'll tell you what happened to me and how fast it can happen. For those of you that's never been in my chat before and that you're new, I was taken at 5 years old by a man that was my family member. He was my neighbor, and I was walking from his house over to my grandma's. My grandma was like 3 feet in front of me. The next thing I know, I'm walking behind my grandma. A man's putting his hand over my mouth and dragging me into a building, and my grandmother just keeps walking because she didn't realize that I was behind her, and she didn't realize I was taken. So, you know, he drugged me in this building, told me he was going to kill me. If it wasn't for my sister screaming and yelling and stuff, he probably would have killed me. And they would have never known. Never
Yep.
would have they known what happened to me. And I was walking 3 feet behind my grandma. And I can still remember to this day seeing her walking away and just being so stunned I couldn't even scream. Like it was so like I was stunned for a second, like a shock that I didn't even realize that I needed to scream. And by the time I did, she was already gone. Like he had his hand over my mouth, but like scream out over the hand. So, you know, it happens. It happens really fast, really, really
Mm-hmm.
fast. So, you never know. And just like Don said, he seen a little girl, the other day walking up in town, and like the parents were nowhere to be found or something like that. I see it all the time. Parents
Mm-hmm.
walking through the parking lot, their kids
Oh, yeah.
way behind them. And I'm like, please watch your children because
Not
it can
only
happen.
that, people in a parking lot, they're trying to back out, and the little kid's head is not over, is not even over the trunk, so they're not going to be able to see this child behind them, and could accidentally hit them.
Right. Absolutely. Um, Now, if you all haven't listened to the live before the last, Don did answer questions on that live as well. We didn't have as many people in there, so it was a little more easier.
Hmm.
But you know, I understand where you guys is coming from. I totally understand. There's been no answers. That's come on, when it first happened, I believe Don and Candace was in a messy situation. They trusted the wrong people. They were led by other people that, probably wasn't on their side. I don't know.
That's their
Um,
word. That's their word.
that's
That's
that's their
what
word,
Don said. Yeah.
you know. And and now, after Don's got out of jail, I really believe he's trying. I believe they're brokenhearted and they want their family back.
Yeah.
They want their daughter found and they want their
Daisy,
boys back, or at least be able to talk to their boys, you know? Yes,
do you
ma'am.
want to read that? Since there's new people that came in, do you want to read the question and answer sheet again? And I'll go. I gotta use the
Yeah.
bathroom.
Let me see if I can find it.
All right, I'll be back. I go to the bathroom.
Okay, go to the bathroom and I'll find it. I'm gonna
Okay.
go back over the question and answer sheet that Christine wrote Don. If for those of you all that has that she asked Don, for those of you all that hasn't wasn't on here, here's some of the answers and questions on here. Um, and please, guys, I'm not naive. We're not naive. Okay, we're not. I know y'all think I am, and Christine is, but we're not. Okay, let's go over these again. Okay. The first question for Don was, "What did Ronnie Lawson whisper in the courtroom?" Don said that when the judge was talking to him in the courtroom, Ronnie Lawson held his arms crossed and glared at Don the entire time. Don said, "Oh, Ronnie walked over to him and told him they are going to have to talk in the back." Don said when he was put back in holding, Ronnie said that he was tired of the YouTubers causing trouble, saying bad things about him and his family. Don answered by saying that he understands because the YouTubers are doing the same to them. Question number 2. Do you know that Candace said she was done with you and was in love with someone else? BK. Don answered, said, yes, he knows what was said. Candace said it was because she was being influenced at the time by certain YouTubers who she thought she could trust and were her friends. She said she was upset because they were trying to make her believe things about Don that were not true. Those YouTubers were trying to divide them, knowing Candace was in her weakest state of mind. Candace is going through a lot, Don said. I am going through a lot. We do not know where our precious daughter is or who may have her. And everyone is accusing us with her disappearance. DCS has taken our boys with no contact allowed. I was put in jail for 11 months, unable to support us with income. That would be enough to break anybody. He said that he is confident that Candace has never stepped out on their marriage and that he knows she loves him and their children. And Christine,
Yeah,
you back? Okay.
I'm back.
Question number 3 is in an interview played on YouTube. Did Claudia Trent ever keep the boys because the DCS? I ain't gonna read it all. He said no, that she was a friend of the family and that she never kept. I'm not gonna read all over it again. Number 4, why do you give Candace or who gave Candace the lie detector test? That was the TBI Hawken County that gave it to her.
Not how it was the TBI,
And
not
him.
Hawkins County.
Yeah, him and her. Number 5, did you and Candace pass the lie detector test? Yes. Number 6, could Summer have been mad because no one played with her? And then he said, yes, that's a possibility. That's what we talked about. I will be putting these on my community page if y'all want to read them. There's a lot to it. Number 7, did your road ever have a local garbage pickup? And he said, yes, we did, until the driver was publicly accused of hauling Summer's body away. After that accusation, the garbage company took the road off pickup route. Let me read the statement too, or again?
No, I mean, well, it's what he wanted everybody to hear. So
Okay, I'm gonna read the statement one more time. This is a statement from Don. Don said that he is tired of the constantly being attacked by social media. He and Candace have passed their lie detector test. Don said that he was going to request a copy from the TBI Then he realized it would not make a difference with that shows of proof. YouTubers and social media will continue to twist anything and everything to get views for themselves and their channel. Don says that he is throwing in the towel with trying to prove to everyone that he and Candace are innocent. With Summer's disappearance, if they were guilty of anything, doesn't the public and social media realize that there would have already been arrested Summer's disappearance? Don said that they are going to go get back on focus and finding Summer and working to get their boys back. Don said that they having family together again and the most important goal. If YouTubers want to continue hurting parents who have a missing daughter and parents who have had the state take their boys, then that is those YouTubers and on anyone who believes the lies. Don says, anytime I've tried to explain or answer questions, it's clipped out of content to make us look bad. Candace and I trusted social media to help us do so we can find our missing daughter. That was our biggest mistake. We have been backstabbed, manipulated, lied to, and coerced, none of which has helped us find Summer. It only took the focus off of her, right? We are working hard to do any requirements DCS is asking us to comply to so we can bring our boys back home. We also ask that everyone stop fighting amongst each other and be in powerhouse we know you can be. As Summer's parents, we plead to anyone who's seen Summer that day and knows where she is. We ask that you come forward and we do not know who has taken our daughter. We need help. So there you go, guys. He's begging for help, y'all. He's begging for help.
And he's also asking us to stop fighting amongst each other over
Yeah,
it.
and work together. And I will be posting this on my community page if y'all want to read it yourselves.
And I think what I'll do, Daisy, is go back to the couple lives before that when he answered the questions, and I'll
Hmm.
type that up, and you can put that with it.
Okay. Yeah, because he did answer questions on another live, and I can post that for you guys as well. But now a lot of bad things has been said about the people at the church, and I met Robin myself and the people from Awakening. And let me tell you something, those people are precious people. They are precious. I don't care what nobody says. Robin is a good person, and the people from Awakening are good people. They prayed for me, they welcomed me. They were very standoffish because of YouTubers. It had when I went last year to Summer's birthday vigil. Hi, Amanda. When I went last year to Summer's birthday vigil, it was right after Don was attacked and came at his job, and they were very standoffish, but they still welcomed me with open arms, and they still, was very kind, and they prayed for me and everything. And they knew I was live streaming the vigil, but I told them I'd be very respectful. And I know that Robin didn't want her daughter filmed, so I edited that out and posted the video. Because we come in peace. We don't come. If we go and do anything up there in Warriors Park, we're going to do it in a peaceful, most loving way, like we did with the tree lighting. Everybody came together, we decorated the tree, and we loved each other. And that's what it should be about. Not about fighting, not about getting people
Right.
fired, not about attacking law enforcement. It's
That's
about
right.
loving one another.
Yep.
Thank you, Ryan. And we'll do it again. We'll be
I
right
think
back up there in the summer. Now I ain't gonna say me and Jinkies ain't gonna fight when we get down the road, but me and Jinkies are sisters, so we're probably gonna fight. Y'all see me and Jinkies fight all the time, so
well,
that ain't.
you didn't fight at the Christmas tree.
We did it because very Sherry was all over me like a Santa Claus, like I was her Santa Claus. It was too entertaining by Sherry. Daisy asked the chat how they would expect addicts to act in their child's come up missing. How many in chat have a missing child? Yeah, y'all don't know. Like Brandy said, you will never know what it's like. And she said, and I hope you never know what it's like to have a missing child. And she said that right up here on my panel, didn't she,
Yeah,
Christine?
she did.
She said she don't wish that on anyone, and she has nothing but love and understanding for Don and Candace and prayers. Because she was in here the other day when we were
Mhm.
talking about this, and I told her what Don said, and she said that, to tell them, that she has nothing but love and prayers, that she's praying for them, and that's the way it should be. Other parents that have lost children need to reach out to each other and support each other like that. That is healthy for the soul, in my opinion. You know,
Yeah.
BB said I've gone crazy over my neighbor's missing dog. Yeah, I mean, if you're close to something and you love it, your heart's going to be broke. But when it comes to your own child, your own flesh and blood, that's a whole different ballgame. People handle things differently, you all. Not everybody handles things the same, you know? Exactly,
Mhm.
Gypsy.
It's true. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
I think that um, if we all just calm down and listen, just listen to what everyone, or let, what Don and Candace are saying, just listen. I know that there was a lot of things going on. I don't know, Daisy and I don't know what was going on back then. All we can bring to you all is what's going on now. That's all we can do. And if you guys want questions, or you have questions that you want us to ask, then you have to be respectful of what the answer is, or they're not going to answer any questions. I
Yeah,
mean, we
they're
can't.
not. He was
Exactly.
willing. He was willing to come in here tonight and answer questions for people. But when he came in here, they were like bombarded with people bringing up stuff. Listen, like I said, we're not going to talk about any other issue with Don or anybody else other than Summer. Any other situation, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about Summer going missing on this channel. Okay, I'm gonna let a person up here. Okay, hello, emergency.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me up. And
Oh, you're welcome.
I have a question in regards to Don's statement at the very end.
Mhm.
Um, there's a certain part in there where he says something about like where I don't know if because you don't have it zoomed in, so I just have to listen to what you said
Uh-huh.
the 2 times that you read it. So I don't know if you can zoom it into where that part is. I'm
I
not
don't
sure if you could
know.
do it or not,
I
but
don't.
it's something about like the not just the creators, but about like what the creators have said. And I think it's a really important comment, a really important statement that he makes right there.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, and I want to get the wording verbatim of like what he says. And like you said, like I said, he only says it twice, and I don't remember exactly how he says it.
Uh-huh.
Um,
I'm gonna
but
be putting this on my community page so you all can read it whenever, I'll put that on my community page. Go
but what
ahead,
he
Sam.
but what he's basically saying is that like the words that people are stating out there are
Mhm.
detrimental to Summer. And when that's very true, that the words that people that creators say, um or even subs say, right? Because I'm just a sub. I don't have a channel, I don't create anything. But I think that when we're putting words out on Summer, that's extremely important because our words have meaning. And so
Right.
when people are putting things on her, such as you know that she's missing, or that she was raped, or that those types of things happened to her, that's extremely detrimental, not only to Summer but also to her family. And as her parents, that's something that they need to take action on. by clearing that misinformation up. So I think it's extremely important because us as survivors who have lived that life need
Yeah.
to need to have that clarified, and none of those things should be put on a little girl like that, right? Especially if it's not true, if there's no proof or nothing like that. So it needs to be clarified wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Um,
And I
and
do believe in that call, it just says he and she. It doesn't say who is he and who is she, right?
exactly, and that would be what Don and Candace need to clarify to not only not only to themselves but also to everybody else, so that misinformation is not spread out, and those creators that are spreading that information out currently need to be clarified, and it needs to stop, because Summer is a missing little girl, and that definitely doesn't need to be out here in the world. But not just that misinformation, but all misinformation that's on her name. And Don and Candace are the only ones truly who can clarify that information, and I know that they're working so hard to clarify all of, to get not only the boys back, but all of this stuff that they have going on. But they also need to clarify all the misinformation on Summer. And they need to
Yeah,
protect her wholeheartedly because she is their daughter. And
right.
it's important for that. So I think that's, as they're saying that stuff, not only in statements, they need to remember that actions speak louder than words, that those
Yeah.
things need to be clarified. And and I know that Tim Mullins is here or reading the chat or a part of whatever's going on here. Tim Mullins is a media manager, and it is his responsibility and that position to take those jobs on, because this is so detrimental, not only to to the family, but more importantly Summer. And she cannot have those accusations on her. She's innocent, and we're all here for her. This
Well
community has gathered
said.
around her
Well
because
said.
we adore her in our own certain little ways, because either we can recognize who she is, recognize individual parts of her, or see her in either ourselves or our children, in some sort of way, right? And so we've gathered and rallied around her, as we do with all of these children, because we want to protect them in some sort of way. And so, and that's where I come from, because I want to protect her, because I can recognize myself within her. And the last thing I want for Summer is to have this random accusation because somebody thought they heard something somewhere from a mumbled conversation that it's not clear, and it's running rampant on the internet right now. And she's innocent. She's a 6-year-old innocent baby girl who should never have that on her. And if it was ever true, it should and would never have been brought to the public in the first place, because she's 6 years old, and that would be sealed by the police, by law enforcement, and by a guardian ad litem who is protecting her. And so it needs to be removed. Don and Candace are the only ones that can remove it. And Tim, I'm asking you, please do your job and remove those things. And Don and Candace, I'm begging you to remove it, please, because she is your baby girl.
I don't know if
And
they know how to
well,
do.
there are many, many advocacy centers. There are
Mm.
many, and I'm sure that they have a social worker working with them.
Mhm.
I'm sure they can ask those questions. And if Tim is a great media manager, like he says he is, and I'm sure there's no doubt to that, then Tim knows how to do that. And if anybody has any questions, there are a multitude of resources out here to get that information done. I myself know how to get it done. And if anybody has any questions, they're more than willing to ask me.
The only thing that I will say is this. It I believe that that was a 911 call, and it is any 911 call is available to the public.
It may be available to the public, but if it involves a true sexual assault accusation on a minor, it is
I do
sealed.
not, I don't think that
It
call
wouldn't.
was
It yeah, but
for
what I'm saying to you, and this is honest, because I do work with children
Mhm.
in sexual assault cases, and it works with all cases. Okay, if you are a minor and there's a 911 call associated to that case, that 911 call is sealed with the case, and it's not released to the public because you're a minor. So if that was a true accusation and it was pursued, it would have never been released to the public.
That's
So
correct.
it would never, it's not supposed to be out there if it's true. Okay,
Well,
if it's true,
and
it's
that would just go to show that that was not pursued. So,
absolutely. And
right.
if there was a 911 call, cops arrived that night, and that was brought to the light of the police, then it would have been investigated, and that 911 call would have been sealed. So
Yeah.
I'm going to say that alone. I'm not going to say that it's real. It's not real. I'm just going to say that these the accusations need to stop. Don and
So that
Candace need to stop it. And Tim, as the media manager, needs to stop it. He needs to get it removed. Don and Candace need to get it removed. They have YouTube accounts. They can, Summer
Well,
is their child.
they actually need to start at the where 911 reports are stored.
Well, they
That's where
don't,
they need to do.
but they,
That's where it's being drawn, where things are drawn from.
well, this is
Um,
what they, on YouTube alone, what they need to do. I mean, and I honestly, I shouldn't even have to say this because Tim Mullins is a great media manager, right? So he should know how to do these things. So, I mean, I'm sure he's had the ability to take care of these things in the past. So I'm sure he knows exactly how to do it. But the Don and Candace have YouTube accounts. All they have to do is go to YouTube, state that these videos, anybody that has played this video has, put Summer, that video, that recording, and those accusations on her in their video. And this is their minor child, and remove it. And they can remove it. They can strike the channel, and YouTube will remove it. And so, and then they can go to their local law enforcement, and local law enforcement will do an investigation, even if the channel has removed it themselves personally. They've removed it. Then the law enforcement can do a subpoena through YouTube, and any YouTube channel that has done that will have an investigation done on them for the primary purpose of putting the accusation out on a minor child. And anybody who's ever done that could be involved in that investigation and to have legal action taken upon them. And Don and Candace can be the backing and the result of that, because that it is their minor child. And that's legal. It's it's a false accusation, or an accusation, or any type of abuse on a minor child.
That's been happening all throughout this case, though.
Absolutely. But Donna and Candace have to be the ones that are actively taking that step. And as her parents, and it's her name, they need to do those things. They need to be the ones that are protecting her, not us. None of us should be the ones that are actively, taking these steps to protect her name. None of us should have to be doing this for her. They need to do it for her, not just her, not just the boys. None of us should be sitting here bystandingly saying, hey, stop saying this about Summer. No, stop. Don't mention the boys. Don't break the gag order. None of us should have to be saying this to,
I
anybody
think
in
a
the
lot of them are
chats.
protected under the entertainment laws as well. Like,
But
because if that
but
was the case, every
but
child
again,
would
no.
be
YouTube has a child protection act. There's no protection for a minor, for
they
anybody in
don't.
entertainment. If you look at YouTube, and I'll drop you the link for YouTube itself on their child act. There's no protection for you. They're minors. If
Right.
YouTube if
But
YouTube wants to mess
the only
around with
case
you,
that they've talked
they
about, like, and made accusations
well, I
about.
mean, again, that's a creator's moral
Summer
compass.
isn't entertainment. I'm not saying summer is. I'm
What
just
I
saying
what
when
I'm
it comes
saying
to
is that's a creator's moral compass. If a creator's moral compass wants to put these accusations on children, that's on you. And I hope the subs can actually recognize that and say, we're no longer going to watch that, because we, the subs, have the power. If you don't like what a creator's doing, you just don't watch them, and that creator dies away. So, but as the
right,
parents of these people, as the parents of these children, we need to have more of an action for what these creators are doing to our children. So if you
right,
as the child, and you're
right,
the parent, so Summer, Don and Candace are the parents of Summer. If you don't like what a creator is saying about Summer, Don and Candace have to take an active role in what that creator is doing to Summer.
right,
Period. And
right.
so they're the ones that can say, no, you're not going to talk about her that way. You're not going to talk about somebody raping my daughter. Period. You're not
Right.
going to put that out.
Well, what it is the video was put out, but a lot of people thought that they heard that, and
And but you
I
don't put that
thought that
on,
we heard that same thing as well.
regardless if you don't talk about somebody's what. I mean, and we're adults here, so we're going to have an adult conversation, right? I'm a survivor of sexual assault. I'm
And I
I'm
am
I'm
too.
also
Me
a
too.
survivor of child sex trafficking. So let's just have an honest adult conversation, right? In all respectfulness.
Well,
But
I can
you
understand where people are coming from when they thought that they
you may
heard. I didn't know that
you
the
may
I didn't know that it had been altered,
you may
and
think it, you but the thing is you may think you heard that, even in the privacy of your own home. You may think you hear that, and you may go, oh my goodness, I think I hear that. But again, we're
everybody,
talking about a 6-year-old little girl.
right?
Even as adults, we don't talk publicly about what goes on behind
It
bedroom
does have to be
doors,
removed, right?
right?
The
it,
shower has to be
as adults, we don't talk about adult behavior in
removed.
behind what happens behind bedroom doors. Publicly, we don't talk about that. It's taboo. So how would it ever be okay to publicly talk about what happens to a 6-year-old girl in a sexual assault situation publicly? It's never going to be okay, ever. So I don't see
Thank
how
you.
we would
We don't
ever.
know if it was altered or not. A lot of people saying that it was altered, the video. We don't know if it was altered or not. I don't know.
You also have to keep in mind that that call originally was played on a cell phone from the dispatch recording, correct? So
I have no idea.
it's not a very clear recording played over a live to begin with. So it's sketchy
They play
in the
911 calls.
sketchiest.
That's YouTube does play. I mean, the true crime community does play the 911 calls for every crime. They can request them, and they can play by their own right to play it over social media. They
Yes.
can.
But that original call was played
What
over a.
people what people hear, we cannot change. And we played that on I played it on my channel, and people in the chat was telling me and Christine what they heard.
Yeah.
And it sounded like the same thing that I heard. Whether it was altered or not, I don't know. We were just playing it on
Again,
here.
Daisy, the thing is that, you know, people and in the privacy of their own home behind a screen, you know, typing in the chat. Again, you can have some common decency and be like, oh my gosh, I think that's what I heard. But you don't type that.
I do think YouTube needs to have new rules when it does come
It's
to that
not YouTube.
stuff.
It's society needs to have some more rules. Have some common decency, have some common sense. And sometimes there's things that you just keep to your damn self. Sometimes it's appropriate to keep your mouth closed. You don't have to say what you're thinking all the time, especially when it comes
Well,
on
when the
the
chat is like, these people are smart. These people on here
they
are
are
smart,
smart, but sometimes common
and
sense
they
is
have
lacking when you're
their
talking about a
suspicion,
6-year-old little
and we
girl and
can't
some
control how
sexual acts that may
people.
be happening to her. It's not
Right?
appropriate. That
No, I
stuff's not
agree.
appropriate.
I agree, but
There's no
we
but when
are a
it comes to a
chat.
sexual acts on a 6-year-old little girl.
We are a chat, and a lot of people feel like that. We can't control what people think in
I
our chat and
agree,
what they say.
but you can, because you have a block
No, you
button, you
can't.
have a remove button.
Then you wouldn't
You
have an audience
but
if you did.
but what's the cost, Daisy? What's the cost?
Yes.
The dignity of a 6-year-old little girl? I would much
No,
rather have nobody in a chat than put that on Summer, right? The dignity of Summer.
already, a lot of people already put it on her.
It
I
doesn't
understand where
matter.
you're
I
coming from. I
I
understand totally where you're coming from.
If it
But a
was
lot of
your
people
6-year-old
want to
little
be,
girl, would you want people
no,
talking about it like
absolutely
that?
not. And the same,
Exactly. So that's
with
my
Michael
point.
John,
But
or
Don and
Army
Candace,
Montgomery.
right? Don and Candace need to make sure that it's not happening, and creators need to make sure that they're not allowing it to happen. They're not putting it out. They're not allowing subs to talk like that, to be appropriate. To downsize that
I,
ridiculousness.
I
You know,
understand that, but a lot of people, they have had their suspicions about it.
and
I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. Everything on here is allegedly. Everything is innocent until proven guilty. And there, that was going around way before I come on
oh, I
here.
agree, but we are the change. We have
Uh,
to be the change, right? Because that's, we are, again, subs
right.
run this, but we have to be the change. We have to be the better behavior of the people that that came
I
behind us.
totally understand where you're coming from. I do. I
A-
totally do.
And I appreciate I appreciate the conversation, the dialogue. I really do. I just,
Yeah,
I think
if
you
I
it
and
do.
was,
Ruby,
I do
I
feel
think
like
you and have a great channel. You should start a channel.
oh, hell no, girl, I couldn't do it.
you put it because
You
you'd have everybody
should.
blocked. Because let me tell you something
You
about my
should have a
audience.
channel.
They speak their mind, and there's no changing it.
Hmm.
They believe what they believe, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. And that's their
Well,
God-given American right to believe it.
again, Daisy, this is
That's
your
not
channel.
gonna change.
This is your channel. And you can
Right,
run your channel the way that you want to run
right.
your channel.
But
And you can have your subs controlled the way that you want your subs controlled. Again, it's yours.
absolutely, I can't. They
Okay.
will speak their mind no matter what.
But you
That's just
can
what I'm
remove,
saying.
you have mods that can help you remove. You can all of those kinds of things. You don't have to allow people like that here.
Daisy,
Okay?
don't you think she'd be great to have her channel? You should have a channel, girl. I'm telling you.
Well,
Absolutely not. I mean, I don't have
That
enough time in the day to be talking to you guys on here. But at the same time,
I think you're
it's
going to
just,
do good.
I agree with
I'm a
you, though. I
staunch
do agree with you.
victims and survivor advocate, and I just cannot
Did you
see.
say you was a victim of human trafficking?
I was a child sex trafficking survivor.
So
Oh my
that's why you
God.
feel so strong about it.
Absolutely.
I have had a live about that, about everything that's going on with that, right? And one of my
Mhm.
mods is well, she was a former mod, but she's also a victim of the big elite, the rich elite, in Australia. She was sold into the rich elites in Australia at the age of 2. So we talk about that a lot here on the channel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
we
Um,
do.
it's definitely not something I discuss. It's not something that
but it needs to be discussed. That's the point. It needs to be talked about. Children every single day is being suffered. We
Mm.
need to get this out here so people stop supporting these rich elites and these Hollywood crazy people out here. It needs to be talked about. That
Well,
we can't
hopefully we're
hide it anymore.
still
Awareness.
talking about Summer, and this is definitely not about me or anybody else. I want to, I want to keep this on Summer.
Well,
It's good to
And
have awareness and
yeah, we
to
are aware. We bring awareness here.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
yeah. And
I
I've also
I
been
personally, like
sexually
me,
I've been also molested as a child,
I'm so
Me
sorry.
and
too.
and I know where you're coming from, and it is definitely something that is back in the day. We didn't have all the social media, and it wasn't as talked about, but now we have all these outlets to be able to spread awareness, give us, things that we can look at, warning signs that we can. But back in the day, in our day, we didn't have that. So it was an unspeakable thing. Don't talk about it. If it happened to you, just be quiet, you know. And but now we're giving people the courage to come forward and say, this has happened to me, and this is how the chain stops, is to give awareness, because so that way it doesn't continue on, because in some of these families it's generation after generation being taught that it's okay, but because we are providing awareness, this is what is going to break the chain, this right here.
Yes.
Needs to be talked about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I work with a trafficking organization. I'm a SANE nurse, which is a sexual assault nurse examiner. I've
Mhm.
done this my whole life. So, um, I don't personally like to discuss my situation,
Mhm.
So can I
and
ask you
anything
a
else.
question?
Yes, please.
What is Okay, so when you have a child that comes in, what are you looking for, and what are the warning signs that would indicate that this child needs to be looked at? Like what are the
There's a
warning signs?
multitude of things. It depends on a lot of situations. Um, it depends on a lot of things. That's a very broad question.
Hmm.
Um, and it's definitely a case by case situation. But you also have to keep stringently in mind that, um, cases in the United States versus cases foreign, like foreign and domestic, right? So
Um,
cases foreign are completely different than cases domestically.
mhm,
And then cases domestically are normally completely different scenarios, right? So, in the United States, most human trafficking situations are done through the internet, and not what we would normally, view it as what we would, what the human mind thinks trafficking is anymore.
mhm,
And when you also have to keep in mind, when we're talking about trafficking, there's truly four um, different variations of trafficking. So, and they're all, obviously all trafficking involves humans.
yeah,
But there's drug trafficking, there's human organs, there's sex trafficking, and then there's forced labor trafficking. So
Absolutely.
when we're all talking about trafficking, it doesn't necessarily involve any type of the form of sex,
Well,
correct?
let me ask you this. Do
yeah.
you think that Summer was kidnapped, maybe possibly could have been kidnapped for that reason? Because
No,
it's going around
no, I
everywhere.
don't. That, I mean, in my honest opinion, no, I do not.
What do you
I do
think
not
happened?
believe that. I do not believe that Summer was um, put in that situation whatsoever.
No,
Do
I'm talking about like kidnapped and put it like
I I have no idea what happened to Summer. And to speculate on that thought process, I would be ill informed.
Mhm,
So I try not to go there because I'm
mhm.
not law enforcement. Um uh I have no, no
So you don't have an
information
opinion
in
about what
regards to
happened,
it. So
right?
I have nothing to go on, right?
Do you
I'm not.
know that, emergency? Do you know that a YouTuber about a month ago, there was a little girl missing in that area in Kingsport. She was a teenager, and a YouTuber actually did her own investigation and found that little girl. She called law enforcement and tried to tell them. They wouldn't listen to her. So she called and talked to the father of that little girl, told her what she saw, and they went and got the little girl. They found the little girl.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So YouTube, I mean, we're not we're not just empty space and
No, I would never say that. I would never
right.
say that creators or anybody like that is not helpful or a waste of space or useless or anything like that. Absolutely not. I would never say that. Um I think creators and YouTube and social media is vital to helping solve and helping find the missing. Absolutely. I think it's very
But you
important.
there should be limitations on things, and I agree.
I think we should all have um I think we should all have more common sense about what we're saying. Words have meaning. I think we should all have more more respect for individuals as we talk. Um, there's no need for hate. So much
No.
hate about what we
Amen.
say. I think we need to have a little bit more self-respect towards ourselves and how we approach situations.
And for each
Um,
other.
and well, definitely each other, but that. I mean, I think that should go well beyond that. I mean, um, if your mother was reading your chat, would she like what you were saying? If your children had the opportunity to read what you were saying, would they still look at you the same? You know?
Oh, that happened with the little monkey Vaughn's case. His sister came on YouTube and come across a video of them bashing his family and accusing Monkey's mom and dad of harming him. And she went all to pieces. Like her mom said that she'll never forget that cry that her daughter made. Like, because it was the same cry that she made the night Monkey went missing. And now, come to find out, the neighbor took Monkey and they had no involvement after all this time, that people were bashing them and giving them such a hard time.
Yeah.
Needs to be more understandable, you know?
I mean, I think it's
I'm
very
guilty of
important that
it
each
myself.
one of us
I'm
look at.
guilty.
I think it's
Listen,
very
I'm guilty
important
of it
that
myself.
yeah,
Like I've been back and forth on this, in the Quentin Simon case. I was like, I'm not. I could see the smile on her face. I could see how she was acting. And I knew in your heart, I knew that she'd hurt that baby just by the way she acted. I mean, I act on reaction. I do. And
I think we all come with bias,
yeah,
right? I mean, every one
yeah,
of us comes with a personal bias, but that doesn't mean that you don't you have to check some of your bias at the door. I mean, I think we all need to kind of approach situations as if you're going to be a jury on a case, right?
yeah,
Or if that you were going to be investigating a case or something of
yeah.
that nature, right?
Right, right.
Um, you have to go
Agree
in
with
kind
you.
of with no bias and go in with just facts. There really isn't any room for a whole lot of speculation when it comes to missing people's cases
Well, I
because
will tell you this. There are times where you have to discuss possibilities,
oh, absolutely.
Right.
especially when you don't have any facts or you don't have any clues.
And
Just
Very
like
people are
true.
very
Dad was
opinionated. They're
saying.
going to tell you what they think no matter what you
Well, I'm
do.
just saying,
but
like with Summer's
there's a
case,
time and a place for
there's
that.
no evidence of anything.
Yes,
So
but
in
there's a
this
time and a
case,
place
you
for that.
have to discuss almost everything because there
I agree.
there's no direction that is to be going in.
I agree,
So
but there's a time
what
and a place
happens
for that.
then? You
But
have
let me ask
to
you
do
something too,
discussions.
emergency. Have you followed this case at all?
Summer's case.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I've paid attention from the very beginning.
So have you saw the She Show?
I've saw I've seen
All the She
almost
Shows?
I've seen almost everything in regards to statements that Don and Candace have made. I've seen everything in regards to what Hawkins County has put out. I've seen everything in regards to what TBI has put out. I've seen everything in regards to um, timelines of events that have been put out factually in regards to Summer.
Right.
All of the speculation, all of the the other things that 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 just doesn't pertain to actual facts, I don't really pay attention to. I don't really get involved with any of that sort of stuff just because I don't
Well,
have enough time. Like I said, I don't have enough
what
time in the
actual
day.
fact? So, what are the facts that you're going by? If you could share.
There's the TBI newsroom.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the timeline of events from that. If you want to know what is known, go there. There is if you want to have good links to you know information, there's WGHL's timeline, and there's some pretty good links to videos there from like TBI, those types of things, some statements, stuff like that. And then, that information.
Mm-hmm.
But really, if you're just, looking for, crap, go watch some stuff, really. I mean, if you're just looking for time to
No,
waste, you
but
can just browse around.
it's not about that. It's about people and their frustrations and how they
Absolutely.
feel.
I
They're
have a
absolutely
lot of personal
frustrated over this
frustrations.
case, and I totally understand
Well, I have a
that.
lot
And
of
they're
personal
going to voice
frustrations
their
in my
opinion.
daily life, so I don't really have time for that on the internet.
But there's a
Um,
lot of people that does, and a lot of the people can't get out. They don't have family members,
well,
and they
if you have that
really
much
can't
personal
do.
frustration, I'm going to recommend something. Why don't you look up some missing children, missing adults, missing people in your local area, and start researching there? That may help get you out of your frustration and help you out, and maybe help somebody else.
Right. Well,
That's some
they love
that would be
summer.
helpful.
So yeah, but they love summer, and
I completely agree.
there's
I mean,
nothing you can do about that. They love summer, and
absolutely. But while you're loving Summer, maybe you can do some helpful things for somebody else while you're still loving on her. Or I
right.
mean,
Well,
maybe you can go
yeah.
volunteer your time at a food shelter or the
Oh, some
homeless,
people
or
can't do that. They're
well, I
not
mean,
able.
but
We've
those
got
that
people that
can,
bed bound and everything,
yeah,
and
those that can do, those that can't help in other
right.
ways, right?
They
I'm
love
just
true
throwing options
crime,
out.
right? I mean, you could sit up here and preach till the day's end. They'll just go to
Yeah,
another
but we're
channel.
all Christian, right?
We are, but they will just go to a different channel and watch. I mean, they're here to talk
Right.
about stuff,
But again, some of it's not about exploitation of certain things.
right?
Again, where it's about helping.
Well,
And
Right.
here's the
sometimes
thing.
it's just not
Right.
helpful.
Here's where the frustrations begins. Is it does begin with law enforcement, and I will say why.
Right.
Because there is
Absolutely.
no one there is no one ruled out
There's need
as
new eyes on this case.
exactly, but there is no one that is ruled out as being a suspect. Everyone in this case, and this is what Ronnie said,
Some
everyone
Everyone is
in this case is a suspect.
absolutely
Everyone,
everyone.
everyone. So
Mhm.
when you make a statement like that in a public press, what's going to happen is everyone is going to be looked at then. That's just how it goes.
Oh,
So
but for the chat, I wasn't stating Daisy was exploiting. I was just stating some creators will take anything and exploit it. I was using it as a blanketed statement. Don't take that personal to anybody. I was
But
using it
I
as a
understand
blanketed
where you're
statement.
coming from. I totally understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
I
that
think that
wasn't
YouTube does
personal.
need to put limits on certain things. Am I guilty of going down that rabbit hole? Yes, I am. Uh, when I, in a lot of cases, a lot of times we're right. We like with when it came to Quentin Simon's case, we all said that baby's in that trash, and that's exactly what happened to her. And with Harmony Montgomery's case, that daddy hurt her. And come to find out, allegedly, he's been arrested for hurting her, but I do think that there should be limits to certain things.
Yeah.
And, the video was just played and people heard what they heard. I mean, I don't know if I'm not saying anything if it's true, if it's not true, but the chat blew up on us and they were like, we heard it, blah, 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 and stuff like that. And it just went from there, So it does. I mean, they do. This is a chat. This is a commentary. People talk about things on here.
Mm-hmm.
And
I will tell you this, in corporate companies, when you are in a corporate company, when you sit down into a meeting, what are you doing? You are hashing, brainstorming, and you are having a discussion. That is how a lot of problems are solved. A lot of out of the box thinking happens in order to have a direction to go in. Because right now, it seems like Summer's case has zero direction that it's going. So, and because of that, you have to have some kind of direction or something you're looking at. You have to. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying everybody needs to, go attack each other, because that
No.
it just has went from doing research to downright attacking people in personal lives. That's definitely going overboard.
Sherry
But what
Springer in here.
Sherry Springer time. Yeah.
Yes, Sherry Springer time.
Yeah,
But
it's gone from attacking people, attacking individuals personally, and making making content about that.
Hell, some of them go to each other's house and
and making content about that. And there's just no need for that. And then tagging Summer's name in the video. That just that makes no sense to me. And again, it's what you put out, tagging her, putting it on her name. Again, you have to have a lot of respect for, if you're going to be in the true crime community, you have to have a lot more respect about what you're doing and who you're putting it on. Again, Summer's innocent. All of the missing, all of the individuals that we're covering are innocent. She has nothing to do with the bickering, the interpersonal crap that goes on. Nothing to do with
falling on each other.
She has nothing to do with this.
Right.
And there needs to be a very hard line on that. Is what you're doing, is it going to hurt her, or is it going to help her?
And I think that's a very good point to title if you're going to have a discussion that's not pertaining to Summer in a decent manner, don't title her in there.
Absolutely. It cannot happen. And it needs to be, and again, us as the subs, we have to be more diligent on what we're doing with it. Because I mean, if you want the drama community, there is a whole community for that. Go there and have fun and enjoy the day. But if you want to be here for Summer, about Summer, pay attention to what you're doing and what you're watching and how it's handled, and the creators that are doing it, because it needs to be appropriate and it needs to be held to a higher standard, because she is at a higher standard.
Right.
Well, until
YouTube changes their regulations.
No, it's not YouTube. It's the subscribers. We hold you to a higher standard.
Right.
We do it.
That's true. And YouTube, but you're not, I mean, there's some creators you're speaking to the wind on. I mean, they're not going to listen. They're going to do.
As subscribers,
you know what I mean?
We kick you out. We have the power. Subscribers have the power.
That's true. That's right.
We don't subscribe, we don't like, and we don't comment, and we do not watch. It's that simple. If we don't do that, you don't have a channel. I mean, I don't mean you personally. What I'm saying is that the creator doesn't have a channel. And if we don't do those things, you go away. It's very simple. Absolutely. We have the power.
Right. And the ultimate is we need to find Summer and find out what happened to her. Work with the parents. Keep her name out here.
Well, it
I
sounds like
think
the
there's
parents
new
really don't want to
eyes.
work with anybody because there's, I mean, and Don kind of stated that in his statement too. He really doesn't want to work with anybody on YouTube. He kind of just wants to
No,
go.
he talked
Don and Candace kind of said that they just want to
I've
go
talked to
back
him
to.
every day for the last 2 weeks.
right,
He's
Well,
working with me.
I mean,
right.
I don't mean to call you out, Christine, but do you have is this Daisy's channel or is it yours or do you have one?
It's
If
both. It's
oh, okay.
both.
I didn't want to. I don't.
I'm done. Sorry.
Wow.
I was respectful, but you've going a little too far. I'm
Well, I
sorry.
mean, if she's saying be respectful to each other.
Christine's my
Wow, that
channel.
wasn't respectful to
This
me at all.
no, no. She come up here and just kind of took over, and I'm sorry. I understand where she's coming from on certain points, but people get mad and they got the freedom of speech to speak what they want. Now, on sensitive subjects, like I do agree with her when it comes to the essay things and stuff like that. I do think it does kind of get out of hand and stuff. But
Mhm.
like I understand where she's coming from, but you can't come up here and just take over and start just running the freaking show. I'm sorry. Um, that's why I don't let people come up. I'm not letting people come back up here because of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want anybody coming up here and just directing where this goes. You guys are going to speak your mind. You're mad. You're furious about stuff. And I'm not going to stop you or try to change your mind on any way. That's what we're here for, to let our
What she
frustration.
doesn't understand was that, I mean, I have been trying to be, and so have you, a bridge for Don and Candace to
Wait on me. Go
what?
ahead. Go
And
ahead.
you know what I mean? And you know, um, we're trying our hardest to clear up any kind of misrepresentations that may have happened in the
Right.
past
I'll
or
tell you what,
any.
if you come up here to attack Christine, you're gone. That's just all they are to it. And when she started that sheet, that was it. Mm-mm.
I don't
Right,
understand where
go
that
ahead.
came from. I don't understand
I
why you
don't
keep.
know, but Christine is a part of my channel. Yes, she is. And she always will be. And so
Well, and
you won't
I
come here and
wasn't trying to be
disrespect her.
disrespectful to her,
No, you wasn't. You were
so I
just
don't know
trying to
why
be
you said that.
reasonable, but
I just
yeah.
wanted her to know
Come
that
up
we've been talking to
here.
Don for the last two
Yeah,
weeks.
and then she seen what we wrote in the back chat and she spooted everything out, and that pisses me off too. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, but you don't come up here and try to take over somebody's show and then say you're for human trafficking, but you don't want to talk about it. Well, I'm sorry, it needs to be talked about.
absolutely does.
Yeah,
Awareness. You've got to educate. You educate people. That's why you have to talk about it because I
yeah.
think discussions, if you can have a discussion in a good way, and it helps a lot because it brings awareness and gives you stuff to look at. That's how you make change. But
You feel that
when
passionate about something, you start your own channel. Don't come
that's
on
what I
somebody
do,
else's
yeah.
channel and try to dictate.
Yeah,
I
that's what I
mean,
was trying to say to her. She'd
yeah,
be good to have her own channel.
because you'll absolutely have no one in your chat if they start speaking their mind. They speak their mind over here. I'm sorry. I do agree that YouTube does need to have some standards when it comes to things that we talk about on here. But she was just trying to take completely over, and I just no, I'm not doing that.
Mhm.
Don't come up here trying to talk bad about Christine.
Especially when I didn't
You
do
have
anything.
to get Auntie Sherry on you.
Oh,
The
Auntie, y'all, you don't want Auntie Sherry up on her. Oh no.
you don't want to get Sherry. But
Uh-uh. Sherry will get you.
anyway, but I'm just saying, I understand where she's coming from. Was
Read
that
that.
what?
Read the back then for a minute.
Okay. Either that or let me show you. And
Hmm.
she was trying to get in here and making comments earlier, so I think she
Oh,
was
yeah.
sent. I do believe she was sent from somebody. I really
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Someone sent her.
Well, and that just goes to show you, Daisy, we are open to let everyone have a voice.
Right, right. I mean, if you're going to be an advocate for human trafficking, you got to talk about it. You can't hide behind it. You've got to talk about it. And what better way of get awareness on human trafficking than let me see. Boom. I'm kicking anybody back in the back chat out because they're reading what we're typing. So be careful what you
You're allowed
just
to
try to.
read the chat.
Yeah, that's how she found out about that. Who was in the chat? She was in the
Oh,
back chat. Yeah. If they try to come up, they'll do that.
I
So
didn't know
send
you
it to
could do
me on
that.
Facebook Messenger. Yeah, that's how she knew that. She come up here and blurted it out after you clearly
Oh, I was wondering.
that. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I kicked whoever was in the back chat out. And I
I
hated to do that to you because you can't see who's in my back chat, who's trying to
No.
come up on panel. And I could. And so they can see when they try to come up on panel, they can see what's in our back chat. And that's how she knew. Yeah. Yeah, she's a troll. And she sit back here for a long time. And look, I was trying to be respectful, but when you start talking over me and start screaming in my ear, and then you try to go for Christine, no.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't make us get the goose squad after her. We'll peck somebody's eye
Listen,
out.
people try to test me. Something said, don't let her up, don't let her up, don't let her up. And she sit back there and sit back there and sit back there. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I think she was sent over here by somebody.
Yeah, she was sent by somebody. That's what I think too.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Right. Hey, we knew that was going to happen eventually. Something.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to. And some people. I've heard in another chat that we're trying to brag that we're talking to Don. No, we're not trying to brag that we're talking to Don. We're letting you know that he's willing to answer any questions that the public may have to help Summer's case, to help people move forward so we can get back on track on, trying to find out what happened to Summer. He's willing to do that. It's not us bragging. We are trying to assist both sides, and that's all. And we cannot help how you get the answer to the question that you asked. We are just asking them, and they are gracious enough to respond to those. That's it. That's
I
all.
just got news. Right. For any creator that thinks that by them bashing me or making clip channels or whatever is going to stop us, no. Absolutely not.
No.
And yes, Don wants to talk to us because he wants Summer's name out here. He wants her to, her name to still keep at her. That's why he comes to YouTube. That's why Brandy comes to YouTube. Parents that want their kids found, they come to YouTube. And even Gabby Bettino's mom, she even tweeted about Quentin Simon's mom.
She did?
You see that? Yeah.
No.
When they went out and to the bar, when Quentin or Leilani and Billy Joe went out to the bar and stuff, Gabby Bettino's mom put a statement out about it.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because they were that disrespectful to go out and party with this little missing baby. Yeah. Gabby Bettino's mom is very active still in a lot of things when it comes to children becoming missing, people who are open-minded are not necessarily well lovers. No one knows what happened to Summer. Thank you very much, Debbie. Miss Stacy, I'm going to ask you for the third time. Did you go to the doctor? No, I did not go to the doctor, but I promise you I feel a lot better. My husband actually started getting sick. So he did go to the doctor because he has insurance, and they gave him some Phenagrin, and I took one of his Phenagrins. But other than that, no, I didn't go to the doctor. and I probably won't for a while, but I do feel a lot better.
You
So,
sound a little better.
yeah. Well, hell, I got Thar under my tail right now. People's got me all fired up. So there we go. I should kick her away before they. I'm not like I was like, okay, you've got your point. You did good. You was speaking good, but here we go. They get up here
Mhm.
and they can just take over. You know.
Well, I thought that, we had her definitely going in a good direction, and then all of a sudden it took a nosedive quick.
It did.
And
It did.
and I'm sorry if she comes up here and you know I don't understand why she would even say, is this my channel or Daisy's channel? Well, it's definitely not her channel, that's for sure.
This is our channel. This is
Yeah.
our channel. It's
And I
everybody's
have
channel, especially
and
Christine.
Daisy, have I ever, ever, ever been disrespectful to any of your guests or anyone in chat ever,
No,
like
absolutely.
she was to me?
Let me tell you exactly, exactly. This girl right here beside of me has spent all day talking to Don Well and talks to him constantly and does research. And let me tell you something. If this case is solved, Christine over here is going to be the one to solve this case. You watch and
No.
mark my word.
Oh,
So, yeah. So, no, I don't care what you come in here for. Don't come in here saying you're standing for human trafficking and you sound like you know a lot about it. And I'm sorry that you were a victim of it, but it needs to be talked about. It doesn't need to be hushed about. It
yeah.
needs to be talked about. This stuff needs to get out.
And when you're telling the chat not to attack people and to be respectful, and then you come on somebody's panel and is
Uh,
disrespectful to someone who's on the panel, that's like, isn't that's doing the exact same thing that you're speaking up against, I think.
exactly. Exactly. So yeah, I mean,
And this
I
is a
think she was
discussion
sent. I
panel.
think she was sent over here too because she stayed back here way too long.
Yeah.
I mean, she had a lot of good points, and I was trying to be respectful to her. I understand totally where she's coming from.
Yeah.
I think that I really feel like there needs to be some limits on these cases. I do, because it is getting out of hand. Um,
Mhm.
can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Oh,
It's hard
Christy,
hearing
you
you.
got a little bit of crackling in the back of yours.
Well,
Uh,
do I?
just a little bit. It's not bad.
Probably because I'm moving around. Yeah,
I
I
know.
just
Once you get your point out, you can do that without trying to criticize people and blah 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 blah. Anyway,
yeah, I think that, that's what we are, a discussion channel. And, when Summer's case, they have no evidence of anything. Everyone's still a suspect. And until they change that and they eliminate some people as being the suspect, well, what does the law enforcement think we're going to do? We're going to look at everybody. That's all there is to it. It's not rocket science. If there are people that are not suspects, please have another presser and say, you know we have eliminated such and such and such, or we're focusing on, and give us some kind of direction. That if you don't want, like, the rumor mill to spread, if you don't want people to be researched, then you got to give us some kind of a direction, because this is, I think, the only case that doesn't have a direction they're going in. They don't
thank you.
even know if it's abduction. They don't know if it's an accident. They don't know if it's what it is. There's
Right.
nothing. So you you got to give us something. You got to give the community something, because we love this little girl so much that all of us have dedicated almost 2 years. It's in June. It's going to be 2 years, y'all, of our lives, parts of our lives, to research and try to figure out where this little girl is. And in the frustration of not having a direction, we end up, circling back and attacking each other and attacking. Why do that? That's
He
not
said, "Well, just delete your subs, or your people." What?
what.
They'll everybody has their uh like you're not going to have a channel if you delete everybody who speaks their opinion. That's what she basically said for me to do. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Spread Love. Thank you for becoming a member of the Critters Crime family. Thank you, thank you. There's a new video of Benny and Daisy coming up. Stay tuned. Baby G.
Yeah.
Baby G, who's baby Goliath. If anybody that's just now joining me and is not a true crime person, I am a farm lady in real life. And that's baby Goliath.
Aw, look at him. Ain't he so cute?
He's so cute and sweet.
Daisy sent me a video earlier today of her loving on him, and he's so cute.
That was Whiskey.
Oh, it was Whiskey?
Yeah.
Whiskey's my boy.
Yeah.
He's getting big, that little guy. I love that little baby.
He is so sweet. They're so sweet. But yeah, so I am a farm channel too, guys. You're gonna get a little bit of farm, a little chickens. You might
a little
get
bit
some
of crazy and a little bit of crime.
and a little drama and crazy in this channel right here.
That's right.
She was pontificating and stump speeching. I thought you handled the situation a plum, Daisy. Thank you, Bee Sneeze. Thank you. I let her have a chance to speak her mind, and I agreed with her, but I felt like that she started being hypocritical and was coming at us with just.
Mm-hmm. Well, she was coming at me. Yeah. She wasn't coming at you. She was coming at me for.
I know she was. Hey, all lives matter.
And but I have a full-time job. I'm taking care of my 94-year-old grandma. I have a family that I take care of too, but I choose to also, give part of my time to Summer and to everybody here, in the true crime community. And so, there's no reason to attack anybody. There's just not. Everybody has life. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for hate. There's no reason to be angry at anybody.
And don't be angry at me because that I'm keeping an open mind, guys. I totally understand where y'all are coming from. We've been here since the beginning. We've went over this case. I totally understand what you're coming from and where you're coming from. And, we just wanted to keep it respectful. Like, if it would have been, Don might have come in here and answered questions because he was listening, but it got too upsetting and people just came down on him too hard, which, there was some creators in the chat that brought a lot of that in here. So, but at Daisy, I was wanting to tell you how well you have handled this live. Thank you, Lolly. Was that you that was trying to come up here, Lolly? I am sorry. I didn't mean to kick you. I didn't know who you was, and we was writing stuff in the back chat. I'm sorry, Lolly. I'm sorry about that. Thank you so much. Do you remember only lives if you want Don to poop in? The what? Snow?
What did she say?
I don't know what she's saying, Miss Snow.
She probably misspelled something.
But yeah. So is Don talkable now? Or is he listening?
Oh, he's dead. No. He's got to get up and work early in the morning.
You guys, he works, and if you all still want, them to talk to us and stuff, just stay tuned and hang in there, and we're going to continue. We're going to continue till we find out what happened to Summer.
And Don and Candace really need, us to help them with spiritually as well, because they're lost souls. They are lost and they are broken, and they need strong people around them that is going to help them, stay on the right path And,
Right.
when you decide to change your life for the good, then good things are going to start happening. And sometimes along that way, you need help, and you have little angels drop down. Could be people, it could be your neighbor, it could be a police officer, it could be whoever. But, you know, for me and Daisy, we have been blessed with being able to talk to Don and Candace and help guide them to do the right things and into the right direction. And
Right.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Right. And
We're
I'm
not
good.
hindering
I think
any
that is.
investigation.
I think that is a good idea. Just do a members only live to where people can't come in unless they're members,
Oh yeah,
and that way
there you
Don
go.
might answer more questions. There won't be people in there attacking and everything like that. We may do that next time. Just do a members only. That
That's
way
a good
people,
idea.
yeah, I I don't mind.
Is that what Snow
We
was
have
trying to say?
they may be guilty, they may not. We don't know yet. Exactly, Rain Girl. Huh, Miss
Is
Christine?
that what Snow was trying to say?
I think it is what Snow was trying to say. I don't know. Thank you, innocent until proven guilty.
There's my
Thank
Frankie.
you.
Chewy.
Listen, guys, we all have our opinions, and it's okay to have your own opinion. But we're
Yeah,
never going to get questions asked answered if we attack people. That's just how
right.
it is. And because of that just happening, I probably won't have people come up just randomly on my panel when we're talking about important stuff like this. Something told me not to let her up, but I did anyway out of pure trying to be nice because she sat back there so long. And I let her speak her mind, and it went a little too far, I think. I
Mhm.
understand she's passionate about that, but you got to look at it both ways, you know? Ask questions, but let us have our opinions also. Absolutely, Huntress.
Look what
Absolutely.
Summer Thunder said. Summer Thunder said, Christine is the sweetest person and Daisy is semi sweet.
Well, thank you. That's the truth. There's a
She's
little raw vinegar over here on this cow farm. That's the truth. Reap what you
Daisy's the
sow.
boss.
So now we have to pay to hear Don's answers. Ugh. No, people are just suggesting that. Maybe I'll put it on subscribers only to where the trolls can't come in. Would y'all rather that? Because I don't want to do that to people, you know. Y'all, I'm soaking in bath. I can't come up on panel. Okay, Miss Lean on me. You just soak away, honey. Just soak away.
Mm,
But no, really, y'all, we have fun over here. We don't get all shizzy, shazzy. Yeah, I think
mm-mm.
that would be better too, reap what you sow. That way, everybody that's subbed up to me will be able to still ask questions and stuff. If
Mm.
whenever he feels ready to do it again. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So, me and Christine. But yes, Christine and me are a team up here, and she is a part of this. And yes, this is her channel too. So there we go.
Yeah.
Just to make that clear. So please don't come up here
Mm.
coming at Christine because you'll get kicked.
Kick to the
Real.
curb, girl.
Um, Lollipop, if you want to come up, if you can show your face, I will let you come up. But that woman, I shouldn't have. I mean, I didn't mind for her coming up because I do agree with what her passion is. I agree what she's saying. I totally agree with what some of the stuff she's saying is. But yeah, I just hope he's not doing this to get money. He's never asked for money from us.
Not
That's
one.
the thing. He's
Not
never
one.
asked for money.
Nope. Not once. He's not asked for anything, really.
No.
He's not asked for one thing. Not anything.
Right. Hello, little Boston Skillium. How are you doing? And so yeah, and that's just where we're coming from, guys. And me, Christine, we try to answer y'all's questions. We try to read the comments. We cut up. We have Sherry Springer come up here and entertain. We have a little circus show every once in a while. But if you really want to see a circus, go over to Jinky's Rumor Has It. That's where all the circus goes on over there on her channel.
Gets wild over there, you all. Wild.
Exactly. You shouldn't have to do members only chat. Everyone should be entitled to listen. We're not going to do that. I'm going to do subscribers only. That way people can't come in and just bombard the channel pretty much.
And then
Jinky's
remember, you all,
slow. She wants me to come up on her panel, but she skips out on mine. Do what, Christine?
I was gonna say, just everybody remember that if you have a question for Don or Candace, leave it in the comments, and Daisy and I will go through and write them down, and we'll ask Don and Candace the questions. They may answer all of them, or they may only answer a few of them, but whatever answers they give us, we have to be okay with what they answer. It's not
Right. Right.
It's just all, I mean, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's your choice to believe it or not. We're just trying to find Summer. We're keeping her name out here, and we're trying to find her. And no, I don't think that video of that I'm one should be. It's just got way out of hand, ain't it, Christine?
Yeah. Yes, it has. And I will say this: the 911 call is a public record. Okay, anybody has the right to pull it and listen to it if they want to. Now, if anyone has a problem with that 911 particular call, what they have to do is they have to call the police station or wherever and have it removed from public access. But as of right now, every single person in this chat could go over there and say, I would like to have a copy of this 911 call, and you would get it. But we do have to be respectful. We don't even know if that's really what was being said. It does sound like that. I'm not going to lie. It does sound like that. But that the call that it was made originally was not for that, I don't believe. But the reason why that call is important is because Don then makes a statement saying that Candace recanted that and went to the judge and spoke to the judge herself, and took that 911 call complaint back, and the what was it, the restraining order that she was filing for the complaint. She
Thank you,
took it
Bo.
back, and they apologized to each other, and it was a misunderstanding. And so you've got the 911 call, and then right after that you have where Don went on publicly and said that there was a disagreement, 911 was called, but Candace had went to the court and recanted all of the complaints that she had submitted, and that they have apologized to each other and made up, and that's it. So
Right.
it goes along with the story line, but that 911 call did happen, and it is available to the public. Now, if Don and Candace does not want that to be available to the public anymore, they have the right to call, was it Hawkins County, and say, can you please take that 911 call off of there for public use? But for right now, everybody could get a copy of it if they wanted to. But it does go along with the story of when Don gets on WJHL and says, that Candace did take that back, that she did submit a complaint, but she had since then went to the judge and had it removed.
DC, when ain't Tiffany Marie doing a live about me? Every time I talk about something that gets views, she's always got something to say. She needs to grow up and be a grown up and not a little child. She don't own Summer's case.
Mm-mm.
I could care less what she says. I really could. She's such a little spot.
Yeah, we're all allowed to talk about Summer's case, and and it's good to have different points of view.
Right.
It's definitely good to have different points of view, because Daisy might think one thing, and some times that me and Daisy, we discuss things in the
I do
behind the
got to say
scenes.
this right quick about Jinkies. I will take your wrench, Jinkies, if you time anybody else out again. Now, I'm not going to have Jinkies come in here timing people out because she has an issue with them. I'll jerk
Jinkies
that
is
wrench
in
right back away
trouble.
from her
Jinkies
if
is
she
in
does it again.
trouble. 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 Jinkies is in trouble.
Yeah, of course. Was it bad? It's probably bad. Tiffany come in here running her mouth. I ain't worried about Tiffany Marie, y'all. She's always got something to say about everybody. She don't own Summer's case.
No.
Uh,
And and
thank
that's the
you,
whole point, is
Lolly.
to discuss it, is to keep Summer's name out there, you
Yeah,
know? So, and we're not doing, listen, this channel does not do anything to hurt anyone. No one. We don't call the police on each other. We don't call CPS on each other. Daisy and Jinkies might get into a scrap every once in a while, but we all just sit back and get our popcorn and enjoy the show. But other than that, we work together as a community. We don't try to hurt each other in our personal lives. We are not trying to hurt Summer's case or anybody's case that we cover.
mhm.
Um, other people, if that's what they want to do, that's on them. But this channel is not about that, you guys.
I'm not gonna.
And
I'm not gonna let no other YouTuber intimidate me.
nope,
Because let me
nope,
tell you what's gonna happen after this live.
nope.
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go out there with the cows. I'm gonna enjoy my day. I'm gonna probably talk with Christine a while tomorrow, on and off. I'm gonna spend time with my family. I'm gonna eat some food, and I won't be drinking coffee. And I'll be back live on the YouTube streets on Monday evening.
That's right.
So I'm not even going to be on during the
Sunday's
day.
the
I don't
Lord's
even look at
Day.
YouTube barely. So if they're on a bash, just don't bother to send it to me. Just let it go. I could care less what they say. If they want to
Yeah.
get mad, the calf passed away, Mr. J. That baby calf did pass
You
away. We did everything to
stayed up
save.
with it all night too.
Yeah. Yeah. It was just so weak. And I got half my money back. They was going to give me all my money back on it, and I said no. To be fair, I'll just take half the money back on the baby. But I'm going to not get babies for a while cuz my heart's it's too much. Right now I got 3
Mm.
calves, one itty bitty, which is baby G, and he's cute and fuzzy and soft.
Baby G is so cute.
I'm gonna keep it with just him. But that baby died. He was just so weak. What it is these dairy farms, they jerk them off their mom before they get their full um, colostrum, and colostrum is what they need to survive. And then the owner got them from New York, so that baby had to not only be jerked off its mom, but it had to travel from New York to Kentucky. And I think that takes a toll on them too. So I don't know. Miss Daisy, that's good that you gave you some money back that you didn't have to go to court. We kind of had words back and forth a little bit, and then she's like, "Well, I'll go ahead and give you all your money back." And I said, "No, let's just do half to make it fair." But if I do get one again, which it's so tempted, I don't know. It'll be in the
Baby
summertime.
fever. Hmm.
Yeah, it's hard to pass them up. Oh,
I know, because they're so cute.
they're so cute.
You
They're
keep their
so
little
cute.
faces off. They're so cute.
I know, Summer Thunder. I do need a rehabilitation for a cat. Benny,
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna run me over today. I gave him a whole bag of apples. He ate a whole bag. I tried to give Daisy. I gave her one, and he took the rest.
Oh, he's
But I got
stingy.
him. Yeah, he's a big old dude. He's intimidating.
He
Won't
plays
say
with
that
he
I think
plays
of
with
him.
your husband though. He's playful, but he's like really
Yeah, he's rough. He's
aggressive.
very
He's
rough.
strong for his, yeah, he don't know how strong he is.
Yeah, 3 bulls on the farm. I'm definitely gonna have to probably make a steer out of whiskey. We won't eat him, but we probably have to castrate him because if we don't, they'll fight all of them. So, emergency
Mm-mm.
me who was on your panel earlier is TM's mod. Oh,
We,
okay. That it freaking explains it all.
mm,
Thank you, Snow. Thank you. No wonder she was coming at us like that.
mhm. Look, Snow don't play though. Snow's
Oh,
our girl. Snow don't play. Snow's my sister. My sister from
okay.
another mister. She don't play around.
No wonder she just kept right on and on and on and on and on, right?
Mhm.
I let her speak her voice. I let her speak her words, but she just kept right on. Daisy, can you purchase any calves from California? I don't know. I've never heard of that before doing that. Helen said something about calves a while ago. But yeah, that explains everything. She was sent over here by the Wicked Witch of the West.
Mm-mm. We
And
almost
that's
we,
what she
we almost
reminds
had
me
to
of.
come
Christy
down for a
Hillman reminds
moment.
me of a freaking Wicked Witch of the West. I used to raise calves with dairy farmers, but he was great. He always milked the mama by herself and saved it for us to feed. Aw.
Oh,
But
oh.
yeah, no wonder she was being condescending.
Well, we almost had her calm down for a moment. She was actually feeling good about herself when she was teaching us a little bit of, the different four different things of trafficking, and she kind
Now
of
I
was
question
getting
everything
into
that
it.
she said was true. Now that we
Yeah,
know that, I question that.
that's true. Yeah. But
She come up here.
we almost had her. We almost turned a hater into a lover. Dang.
No, she come up here to be condescending little brat. That's what she did. Because I think it's weird that somebody that claims to be a alleged victim of human trafficking didn't want to speak out about it.
Yeah.
That, Yanni's all about like, "Wow, she's ready out.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
ready."
Yep.
Thanks,
Um,
everyone. People don't understand. I'm friends with people on and off YouTube that may not agree the topics. Yeah, you've always been a friend. We love you, Lean on Me. We love you. Snow done found out, didn't
Heck
she?
yeah. Yes, you do. You don't mess around with Snow. Snow will get
Mm,
you. If you mess around with us over here on the farm, Snow will go find out for us. Her and Frankie.
right. If I would have known that, I would have never let her up on my panel. That POs me now.
And Chewy will get you. Won't you, Chewy?
Tiffany Marie is a hypocrite. How much time has she spent over there kissing JS's butt and going on about Summer for months, making hundreds of dollars off Summer? And then she wants to come over here and hate because we're actually trying to get some information to find out what happened to Summer. Instead of coming over here and being respectful, she wants to come in here like the Wicked Witch of the West. But guess what? You're not coming in here, Tiffany Marie, and running my show. I'm sorry, not sorry.
Well, what cracks me up is some of the creators are saying, when somebody rude goes in their chat, they get all upset about it. But then some of them will come over in other people's chats and be rude. And I'm just thinking to myself, and I'm just watching and I'm thinking, well, didn't you just get mad at somebody for coming into your chat being rude? But then you go into somebody else's and freak out. I mean, you got to give respect if you want respect, right? I mean,
Exactly. Exactly.
if they want people to be respectful in their chat, they got it when they come into somebody else's chat, they got to be that example,
Why is
not go
Tiffany
in and
Marie
do
mad that we're
something.
talking to Don? That's the thing. They're
Because they
just
haven't
not
given
even
them clear.
BK is mad. BK come in here and he talked, but he didn't say anything disrespectful or anything. He could have, but he didn't, you know?
Yeah.
Um, he was in the chat, but he didn't say anything disrespectful or anything like that. But she has to come in every time. I had her on the block list. Somebody blocked her, so she sent her little trolls over here to troll. So
Well,
yeah,
what's it? Why I don't understand why they would get mad at who Don talks to anyway.
I understand it.
That's straight. That's just weird. That's like Daisy. If you wanted to go over there and talk to Dolly, I would get mad at you for talking to Dolly. That's
Right.
that's weird. I'm
Right.
sorry, but it
Right.
is. It is
Right.
weird.
It's because they want to be the one. She thinks she owns Summer's case. I don't know what makes her think that. But I don't
No.
know this chick, but I know she acts like grow up, Tiffany Marie. Grow up.
Well, I'll tell you this,
Well,
we've
you don't
never
own
called the
Summer's
police on
case.
anybody. We've never called CPS on anybody. We've never went into anybody else's chat and have been disrespectful. We've never, I mean, we've been everything that we've ever done in any of the cases is in our opinion, we have been trying to be helpful and trying to be respectful. And because if we say be respectful, then we try to be that example. Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna
so
have to take some wrenches. Jinkies is getting one for sure. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that.
Jenkins,
But
um,
but it makes me mad that Jinkies thinks she can come over here and just decide that she can time people out because she don't get along with them. That makes me mad.
uh-oh.
But there was a lot going on at that time, so I couldn't do nothing. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just
Oh,
venting on
okay.
Jinkies. I'm sorry.
They're sisters, y'all. They're allowed to fight. It happens from time to time. We just have to
Exactly.
step back and just watch
Right,
the
Molly.
show.
Right, Molly. So if listen, Tiffany Marie, baby, I'm not losing no sleep over your live. I could care less what you have to say. I want to find Summer just like you want to find Summer. And if anybody can do it, this little girl right beside me, she's going to solve this case. You watch and see. You, you was timed out too, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Everybody's getting
I'm
timed
gonna have to
out.
take some wrenches, guys. In fact, I'm gonna
Uh-oh.
do that right now. Talk to him, Christine. I'm gonna take 2 wrenches
Okay.
right
All
now.
right. Uh-oh.
I can't do
Y'all
this
in
anymore.
trouble
I'm
now.
done.
You're in
I've given them
trouble
so many
now.
opportunities, and they come in here and
Uh-oh.
be brats and time people out, jinkies.
Jinkies, Daisy said you're brat.
You've lost you've lost them.
Oh,
Okay.
that's funny. Yeah, there's no reason for other creators to get mad because somebody else is talking to Don and Candace. Come on,
Right.
stop. Just stop. I mean, if we're gonna be adults, then be an adult. Don't. I don't understand what the problem is. Don can talk to who he wants to talk to, and he can say what he wants to say. And he knows what he's allowed to say and what he's not allowed to say. He's not a baby. We're not going to sit there and be like, oh, Don, don't say this and don't say that. No. If he wants to say it and he wants to express himself, we're going to let him.
That's
That's
one of
our
my
kid.
mods told me. He said, please don't restrict him. And I'm not.
No.
I'm not gonna say no, don't say that. Shh. Leilani, don't say that. Shh. Don't go out there, Leilani. No. Mm-mm.
If you
I'm not
want to
doing
talk,
it,
then
guys.
I say what you got to say. Get it off your chest. Say what you got to say, and that's it. He
I
knows what
think
he
so,
can say and
Danny.
what he can't say. He don't need us to tell him. He's
Right.
a grown man.
Right.
He's
Right.
older than both me and Daisy, so we can't tell him what to say and what he can't say.
Guess
And
what,
if
guys? We're ministering to him
that's
because
right,
right now Candace's health is not the greatest, and all it takes is one little thing. She had a stroke. That's nothing to play about. She does not need to be on YouTube reading anything because she's very delicate right now. She could be pushed over the edge, and I don't want that kind of responsibility.
and Daisy only knows that because he said it on her live. While the other day he said that was what was happening to her. So if anybody wants to question Daisy, just go back 2 lives ago and you'll hear him tell it. I just want to
Thank you
get that.
all.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
he
get that
did
out
say that.
there.
So we just need to be considerate and you know listen. That girl was talking about that. Yeah, a lot of people heard what they heard. They heard what they heard.
It
You
did
know,
sound like it.
I can't control what people say they hear.
Right.
You know, now I can't control what other creators has played or what they've said. That's their channel. All I worry
Mm.
about what happens is on this channel.
And not only that, nobody's they're the ones that saying that he is meaning Don. That no, we over here did not say that. We just it just said he and her. We don't know who he is, and we don't know who the her is.
Dublin.
You know what I mean?
Right, right. Jinkies, you and Jinkies bickerings cracks me up. Well, she comes over here and she finds any reason to to find people she don't like and time out. And I'm
Mm,
not. I took those wrenches. I'm not giving it back to her because I don't do
uh-uh.
that on her channel. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about Jinkies
Mhm.
again.
Jinkies is in trouble. Oh,
But y'all, we went down this drama train with Tiffany Marie. Every time I come out with something and I get views and she don't like it, she's got something to say about it. Even in the Kylie Rodney case, she left a comment and I was like, I didn't even address it. I don't care. Tiffany Marie,
mm-mm.
go somewhere. Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo.
Mm-hmm.
Cow kick, cow kick. Cow kick.
Cow
Where'd
kick.
it go? Get away, get away.
Oh, that's so funny. I know. I just,
I know 120 acres.
and-
But there was a lot of people in chat, so I didn't see it till just now. So I'm sorry about that. I
oh,
am. So yeah, the wrench is gone. The wrench is
the,
gone.
the wrench
But
is
yeah,
gone. Now look,
Daisy, for
she's gonna
you,
take your wrench from her channel,
Jinkies account.
huh?
I don't know. Is Jinkies on live? I don't know.
Oh.
We don't have to agree, but Christine and Daisy do have beautiful. Oh, thank you so
Mm-hmm.
much. We love you guys. And
Mm-hmm.
we'll just do subscribers only.
Yeah.
It is very stressful to them. I don't want to be responsible for somebody going over the edge, you know. This
Mm,
YouTube stuff, this streets can get pretty raunchy. You guys, we've seen it. And
yeah.
um I don't want to
It
push
can push
somebody.
people over the edge too. Yeah. Look what it's done to. I don't. I guess I shouldn't bring his name up. It's done that. I mean, when some YouTubers can get downright brutal for no reason.
Oh, okay, Ada. They can. They can. Would I ever go to somebody's workplace and get them fired?
No.
Absolutely not. I
Uh-uh.
absolutely would not do that. No way,
Mm-mm.
Jose.
Mm-mm.
Um, but I can understand feeling how you feel and protesting, but do it
Mm-hmm.
in a respectful way. I would never get anyone fired from the job. I just
Mm.
I wouldn't do it.
No.
I absolutely would not do it. So, you know,
No.
we're going to continue as long as, and we're going to do it out of respect for Don and Candace. I'm not going to push them at all. I'm not going to ask. I just don't think Candace needs to be on YouTube at all, or they don't need to read these comments. They just, because I think that they need to,
They need to
I think that
concentrate
they
on
need
what
to,
they're supposed to be
yeah,
doing, and
yeah.
they are for the most
Don's
part. They
doing good. Yeah, Don's doing good. He's working. He's trying to get his kids back. Whether or not they should get them back, that is up to the law enforcement. That's up to the CPS. My
CPA.
opinion, I think they at least need to get, supervised visitation, at least get to talk to their kids, as a start. Um, because, we're not only thinking about Don and Candace here, we're thinking about these boys who've been ripped out of their homes, completely ripped out of their homes. Um, as long as their parents are doing good, I think they should be at least able to talk to them on the phone with, supervision or supervised visitation.
Yeah.
No, I didn't time you out, Innocence. I promise I never timed you out.
Heck, we didn't have
Basic,
time.
I was
Couldn't
just
even read the
focused
chat.
on you
It
because
was
you
going by too fast.
be mean. I'm going to, if we do this again, um, if she streams me, I will. I don't care if she streams me. I could care
Mhm.
less if she wants to
Mhm.
stream, live stream me. That's just her thing. She does that. I don't mind Snow, to be honest with you. She can do it if she wants to. At least she'll
Yeah.
have some content.
And
Hunter said,
when somebody's nasty to the other person, that says more about them than the person they're being nasty to.
right, right, absolutely. Um, because ultimately, this life is short. It's like a vapor. We're here today, gone tomorrow. This isn't
Mhm.
our eternal home, you guys. What we do here on earth is what happens to us when we pass away. And do I want to be the reason why something happens to these parents, or Candace has a stroke, or anything could happen to them? They are under extreme stress, not to mention, dealing with other things, like substance, they've, we all can agree they've had an addiction problem at one point or the other. All I can say now is that they're doing better. Don is
Mhm.
working. No, he's not doing crack or anything like that. He is working his job and he is trying to get his kids back. That's
Yeah.
all we can say.
And I will say he's actually
Different.
ministered to us too, to Daisy and I.
Come up, Miss Lean on me.
He's actually ministered to us too. So I mean, we've had some really good conversations with him,
We
haven't
do
we?
minister to him because he's been at the point to where I was like, all I did was send him a picture of Jesus carrying somebody. That's all I did. Miss Daisy has been good to me. I love you, Lean on me. You know that, girl. We love you.
Girl,
Girl. We need, hey, where's Sherry Springer at to flash Tiffany Marie? We need Sherry Springer to
she's
splash to flash Tiffany Marie.
she's
Show
already over there
her.
planting her.
Especially if she's streaming me right now. Look at she's conked out, I guarantee it.
Yes, yeah. Sherry Springer.
Very Sherry, we need you.
Oh
Somebody needs flashing right now.
my gosh.
I swear we need her tonight really bad. So
Hey, listen, we live up to the name. Wild, or was it crazy?
more crazy on the phone.
We get some crazy, we give some
Critters on the
crime,
phone.
and
Hey
we give you
Tiffany, you
some
want me to
critters.
sing Crime Critters Crazy on the Farm
Yeah,
to
do it. Do
you? Not able to tonight. She'll probably make a joke out of it. I don't care. Are you
You'll
coming
have,
up to lean on me?
we'll have memes all over the place tomorrow.
I don't care. Let them. I don't care. Uh, but yeah, y'all. So stay tuned. We're Miss Daisy and Christine. What do you think about police and Hawkins? I feel they are complicit in this. I just feel like maybe they need to have new eyes on the case,
Yeah.
like with the Delphi murders. Like I've said this before, like it's been 5 years since the girls had been murdered. Um, and they had new people come in and look at the case, and they found evidence where Richard Allen actually stated that they had looked over that. Can you believe that they would look over something so important?
That's
They
crazy.
found evidence that Richard Allen had stated that he was there in that park that day, and there was two witnesses that seen him there. And then there was a witness that seen him leaving down from where the graveyard was, walking back up the highway in the opposite direction with mud and potential blood all over him. There
Mm-mm.
was a witness. That is something you don't lose. But
No.
had new eyes come in and look at it, and that's where they found him. They went back to the scene. They had the gunshot shell. It matched up to his gun. Plus, they found cat hairs on the girls that matched his cat that was buried in the backyard. They dug his cat up and it matched with his cat. That's how they found out he done it. Ain't that
Wow.
something? 5 years, nothing was done about this. I mean, I'm not saying nothing was done, but fresh. There you go, Arkansas. Fresh eyes, because
Yeah.
we get so overwhelmed. But and the police does too, because especially the TBI, because Summers case is not the only thing they handle. They handle burglaries and homicides and you name it.
Mhm.
The whole state of Tennessee they're handling. So
Mhm.
if you had fresh new eyes come into Hawkins County and go back over the evidence, go back over the interviews, go back over this and that, they might find something that maybe Hawkins County missed.
Right.
You
I
know?
agree. And,
Mhm.
what else would help would be if they would start eliminating suspects. If they would
Right.
give us a little bit of something to go on so we're not looking at everyone like Ronnie said to do. Everybody's still suspect. Everybody.
They did have their bodies, Giselle. You're absolutely right. They had their bodies, the girls' bodies. Thankfully, they found the girls' bodies, and it is a lot different in this case because they
Yeah,
haven't found Summer.
that's
You
right. And
know,
that's what makes me feel like, what could have happened to Summer could be the same thing that happened with Athena.
yeah.
I
In
mean,
the Delphi, there was Sean Harmon who said his dad had did it. Well, I think there was more than one person done it because of the way the girls were positioned. But if
can you
you
tell me who
listen
I
to
thought
that,
did it?
who?
I thought it was the property owner.
Well, they say. I mean, there's still a possibility that he could have been involved. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm not
that's
saying he
my
was, but
suspicion.
there's still a possibility like that there's other people involved because of the way the girls' bodies were positioned and stuff.
Mhm.
It was like in like a religious act, they said. And so um they I don't know. I don't know. I just know what
And
I guess they're still investigating.
didn't it happen in one area and then they moved the bodies to a different area and posed them in that area?
I think.
I think it
I'm
happened near the stream more and then the bodies
they
were
moved it
moved
up
and
on
then
there.
posed. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So he came back at some point,
Mhm.
probably at night. He probably came back that night. See, I police I don't know if they do it or not. Maybe they don't. But a lot of them do surveillance the crime scene, but I guess they hadn't found the girls. So they would have had to come back that night because they didn't find the girls until the next day.
Exactly.
So he would have had to come back or whoever and
Mhm.
reposition them girls.
Yep.
That's a creepy case, you guys. I like
It
talking
is.
about that case. That is a creepy, creepy case. And if
And he was loose for 5 years before they oh my gosh.
he was in Pigeon Forge, him
Mm.
and his wife, but he barely talked when she did videos. But what little I've heard his voice, you could tell he's the guy. You can tell it from the little girl's recording
You
where he
could tell
says,
it by the
"Guys,
way
get
he's
down."
walking. The
Yeah,
way he walks is the exact same way that guy walks that was on the
and he has the exact same outfit that he was wearing.
yeah.
He I swear I believe that's he I mean, I think they got the right guy. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
working at the CVS. Yeah.
Mhm.
He is a creepy, creepy guy.
And he just got busted what, uh, 2022?
Um, yeah, this year. They just got him.
When was he in Pigeon
Yeah.
Forge?
Him and his wife went on vacation during these 5 years. They was on one of them trams going up the mountain, and she did a video, and that's where they get his voice.
No,
Him talking on
that was in Pigeon Forge?
yeah, Yeah, it was on a trail,
No.
right? There's trekking trail, like where you ride those things up the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
It was on that. Giselle said, "Did you ladies ever remember a boy that needed a transplant that went to Summer's church and got
Yeah.
the transplant right after Summer went missing?"
Yes. Yeah,
Hmm.
I do. Yep. Yes,
Hmm.
ma'am.
Hey, Miss V, I love you, Miss V.
I do
I love
remember that.
you, Miss VV. I can't stand to look at his creepy his picture creepy. Yeah, his the thing is his daughter was the exact same age as Abby and Libby, and he had her pose on that bridge for a picture.
Isn't that that is disturbing as
It's
all get
almost like
out.
he gets a thrill out of
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
Like he's got some kind of it makes you think that they wasn't the first ones that he done.
Exactly. That's Daisy. That's exactly what I was going to say. This was not a random killing for him. I bet you he did it
No.
before.
Yeah, I think he had. Or
He
yeah.
look at it.
Have you ever watched that movie The Lovely Bones?
Yes,
That is a
I
good movie.
it
That
is.
reminds me of the Abby and Libby case.
Yep.
That 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 case says, let me find my I'm gonna find my extension cord. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Yeah, that is creepy as all get out to have your daughter take her picture on the same tracks that the Abby and Libby. That is so creepy to me. Creepy. Oh my gosh, that gives me shivers up my spine to even
Right.
think that. That guy is.
Yeah. That movie reminds me of that case for some reason.
Yeah.
I watched that movie not too long ago. If y'all haven't watched it, you got to watch that because that's exactly what happens when these people do that stuff. Like he kept that girl in the he kept that girl in that movie. He kept the girl that he was the neighbor guy, and it's usually like a neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually a neighbor in these cases, you all.
Yep.
Annabelle. So yeah, but he was the neighbor guy, and he planned it. He dug a hole out in the field and waited on her, and he had her in the basement, and he would go down there and just like Jeffrey Dahmer did, like he would ritualize. Yeah, the Delphi murders is the Delphi murder. If you watch the movie The Lovely Bones, it's it reminds me of the Delphi murders. I don't know why, but it does. Richard Allen is just creepy.
He's got that creepy, glaring stare.
Yeah. Um and so that movie, yeah, it's kind of like that, but he she's never found. He actually does away with her in the movie, but it shows him downstairs like reliving it, like what he did to her. Like they get some kind of a thrill out of it. I don't know.
I want to know when he was in Pigeon Forge. That's what I want to know.
Lovely Bones breaks me every time. Yeah, it's a good movie, ain't it?
Mm,
Him and his wife was on vacation in Pigeon Forge. Because
maybe.
that's where they got the audio from him. I'll have
I
to
know.
find that.
What's the date? What date?
That I don't know, but I'll find
Mhm.
out.
Yeah.
I'll definitely find out. So, you guys, we don't know what happened to Summer. We could have another, you know, Delphi case on our hands, except, she's not been found, and these girls were two big girls, and that would have been hard to get rid of two girls. So, I think that's why they found them girls when they did.
I
Let's
think
see.
he purposely put them in those poses to be found
Make it
because
Summer thought. Go
because
ahead.
he was bragging about, him being able to get away with that murder, with those murders. That was a self bragging moment for him. That's why he left them there. And he posed them the way he did because he knew that's the way that they were going to be found. And I could guarantee you that he had to have done that before, because somebody who you would
If
think that
some,
if that was his first time, he would have been more sloppy.
right, if somebody did come up there and take Summer, I guarantee you they've been back to that hill several times. I
Yep.
guarantee you they've involved themselves in
Yep.
this case
Yep.
somehow,
Yep.
because they always do.
And that goes to show you why Ronnie Lawson says everyone is still a suspect.
Right.
Because that's what often happens, is the person who has done away with a child or whatever, they go back to the scene. They always do. I don't know why, but they do.
Lean on Me says, I'm going to work on a new parody. It's coming. It's brewing. You go, girl. You go, girl. I'm ready for you to do one. We need a new one. Do Sherry, Wild Woman on YouTube. I don't know if she's seen it, how wild Sherry's got here lately. I don't think she's witnessed it.
Dog collars and boobages coming
She
out,
witnessed the
plopping
dog
out.
collars, but she ain't witnessed the showing her tittles and stuff.
She was tiddling everybody.
Oh,
I wasn't there for that one, I don't think.
oh no.
What?
No, guys, it's just a mess. It's a whole mess. Um, so yeah.
Just everybody tonight say a little prayer for Summer. Put a prayer up for her.
Curvy honey.
Uh-oh.
I know, PG. I ain't worried about her, PG. She come in here trying to run that slapjack.
Well, PG is
And
playing.
I would
This is
we
her
kicked
daily
her.
style.
Then she
PG
sent her
will come and
troll
get
over
you.
here. We kicked her.
Did you
We
hear
kicked
me?
her troll.
I
She
said if somebody messes with PG's Daisy Cow, PG's gonna go go full force on them. PG don't play around when it comes to her Daisy Cow.
actually BK was nice when he came in here. He wasn't bad. BK wasn't. I mean, we had a good chat the last time we talked. He come up here. He got a little rowdy. He was rowdy at first. He calmed down.
Yeah.
Um, but Tiffany, I just ain't dealing with her because she just I've seen her and how she does, and I ain't even dealing with that kind of childish stuff. She needs to grow up. We're adults here. Um, and nothing she says or does is going to make a difference anyway, so it don't matter. Um, but yeah, she can play away if she wants to. Um, shoot, PG, don't get mad at my prodigy. She's just a good sport. You ain't been up here in forever, lean on me. Yeah, that's all we can do is pray for Summer, you all. We're keep at least that we're all keeping her name back out here, and the focus is back on Summer.
Yeah.
Even Tiffany Marie, I mean, she's keeping her name out here as well. That's one thing I can say that she does is keep her name out here. If anything comes from this, we're keeping her name out here and keeping the voice out here for her and for Monkey and for Little Harmony. Prayer Garden does a good job of keeping Summer's name out here as well.
Yeah.
So that's all we can do. That's all we can do, guys, until new eyes come in here on this case and look at this case and review this case over. I guarantee you, if they was new eyes come in and looked at this case and reviewed it and went
Yeah.
over all the evidence, then something might happen in this
And
case.
somebody who might have a tip, who is right now afraid to step forward because of the treatment that you know the public is getting from when you call in for a tip. If there is new eyes, then maybe someone who does have a viable tip will come forward. Um, because right
Yeah.
now I understand law enforcement's frustration, but
Mm.
not everyone is you
Yeah.
know You know what I'm trying to say. I don't want
Yeah.
to offend anybody, but I understand they get a lot of bogus tips and they get frustrated, but they can't be frustrated at everyone. Eventually, the tip is going to be the right one. But
Right.
if if they treat the public poorly, then the person that's got the tip isn't going to want to come forward. They're just not.
Right. That's right. Or as soon as you tell them you're a YouTuber, they completely cut you off. I mean, they don't really cut you
Mhm.
off, but they just like, oh, okay, YouTuber. We ain't wanting
Yep.
to fool with a YouTuber.
Oh, they hang up on you. I've seen two YouTubers try to call in just to get information if there's any kind of updates or anything, and they just hang up on them. If it's on when you say YouTuber, they're like click,
Right.
and I'm like, I'm watching, and I'm like, oh my God, how could they do that? They've got training on how to deal with the public. That nowhere in their training, I can guarantee you, said to hang up on somebody.
Except for Robin B, because they blocked her because she kept sending them, "Where's Summer? Where's Summer? Where's Summer?"
That's
She
true.
did. Hey, Robin Redmond. Hey,
I
always
think
late.
I think that was the
Feel
FBI that
better,
she got blocked from.
huh?
I think that was the FBI she got blocked from.
Was it the FBI?
I
I don't
don't know.
know.
Yeah, I think it was the FBI. They
Wow.
blocked her.
Yeah, probably.
Every day she went over there and was like, "Where's Summer?"
Yeah.
She did it every day. I don't know for how long until they blocked her, but she did it for a pretty long time.
We might not ever find Summer. I mean, she may never be found, but maybe
Mm.
the person who did hurt her or took her uh might, they might find out who done it.
Right?
And listen, guys, I'm not asking you guys to change your mind about how you feel. I'm
Yeah.
just asking you guys just to be respectful and let them answer questions that you all want answered.
Yeah.
Like like Don was listening, him and Candace both, but there was so many people in here bashing them that they just left. They can't, like, they're not going to answer questions if people attack them.
Right.
So how are we going to get anything from them if people was coming at them like wow, wow, wow? You have to be respectful. And I don't know if I'm not telling you guys to believe any different or anything like that, but I'm asking you all to have an open mind, because I'm telling you right now, Don is not doing any kind of drugs,
No.
as we can see, and he is working from daylight to dark.
Yeah.
And we've
That's
seen
for
that for
sure.
ourselves, that he is actually working.
We know that 100% to be true. And yes, we do know where he is, and we're not going to divulge where he is actually at.
So that's just
Not necessary.
that's what it is. Hey, country girl.
Country girl.
So if it's been all week. People's been ripping my videos and playing it. So if anybody else does it, I mean, that's just how it is.
Daisy.
Yeah, people are sending me messages. That emergency me's a mod for Tiffany Marie. No wonder she came in here and acted like that.
Look, you
Just
can't get nothing past our goose squad in our chat.
no,
We've
you
got
can't.
loyal, we've got loyal goose squatters and we've got loyal chat people. So, I know you all won't allow any of that crap to happen. And we appreciate that. That's what makes us a good family, all of us together. We're looking out for each other. You all know that we're a good channel and we're good people. We would
Yeah.
never go over there and, rebuttal back in their chat and be disrespectful to the people over there. We wouldn't, Daisy and I would never do anything like that. And,
No.
and just because they come over and do it to us doesn't make it that we go over there and do it to them. We'll just, sit over here and just stay in our lane, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go over there in that lane, and I'm definitely not going to behave the same way that they behaved.
No. And
I'm
if
not
you
gonna
guys
be-
want to see the questions, I will put those questions on my community page. And let's see,
And can I say
JU.
one thing about the questions? Now, I promised Don that anytime, well, Daisy and I both promised him that if we were going to tape him, that we would let him know and tell him. And he appreciates that. And that is called
For the super
trusting
chat,
someone.
Kirby. Do what now?
And that's called, building trust. And so, when we have conversations, I write them down. I write down what my question is and I write down what his answer is. He doesn't want to be filmed or taped right now, and that's fine. I respect that. I'm sure he would let us if we asked him, but I don't think it's necessary to have him, you know, to answer the questions. And right now we're just talking, okay? And we're trying to get everything calmed down because you've seen what happened the moment you say their name. You've got everybody coming in acting a fool. So right now, this is the only way we can do it. And the questions and the answers are from my own. When he asks it, I write it down, or when he answers it, I write it down. So it is not a word for word verbatim Q&A. Okay, I know what questions I ask him, and I know what he answers me, and that's all I can do.
I'm sorry, Jay. It's okay.
What? What's the matter?
Same old stuff all the time.
See? Why you gotta do that, you all? Come on.
I
Stop.
understand why Kirby's upset. I totally understand, but there's no
What's
sense
the
of taking other
issue?
people in that. You know what I mean?
I don't understand why Kirby's upset.
Because of what Dawn said on another live about, being the racist stuff. She's upset about that. I can understand that. But there's nothing I can do about what I can't
Right.
control what Dawn says. I can't. I'm not a
And
fool for not.
we've said that 100,000,000 times. We can't control what his answers are or what he says. He's a grown man.
Yeah. Yep.
But in order for us to be able to bridge those gaps, we have to be respectful. And that's the only way we can do it. And I don't like to be disrespectful to anybody in the first place. So no matter what. And
You can't, country
that's just
Christian.
for everybody. Huh?
A country Christian asked if they could email me, and I said you can. No, I can understand Kirby's upset because Don did say that word, but that's between. I mean, I can't control what he says. That kind of word or anything like that. But I mean, this is ultimately about Summer. We can't, judging anyone hasn't or won't find Summer. Everyone can have their opinion and not be mean. Absolutely have
Yeah,
faith.
that's right. That Faith has been in your chat a long time.
I
Definitely
know.
she's an OG.
She's an OG. Christina's found out a lot of information, like as far as who was in that area and what they were doing. Don's answered a lot of questions about people that's been in that area.
Yeah, he's never not answered any question that I've asked him. He's always answered every question that I've
Mhm.
asked. Every single one.
Jay, I don't know what she's mad about. I don't know. I really don't.
Oh, maybe because you blocked Jinkies or took
No,
Jinkies away.
it's about something else, I think. But
Mhm.
yeah,
That's
um,
well, she's going through a lot, so
she's definitely going through a lot. We all get upset and say stuff. We do. We all do. I do. I mean,
hmm
I've thought. I mean, we've went over this case how many times that we thought, you know, lots of stuff. But after talking to Don and well, not I've not talked to Candace, but I mean, you saw it yourself. I mean, he cried on you. So
yeah. And
thank you,
here
Miss
he
Julie.
is trying to, you know, work hard for what family he has left. But yet everyone is still, not everyone, but there's people out there accusing him of going on a drug binge. And he's legitly working. I promise you all, he is. I don't know what he's doing when he's not talking to me and Daisy,
Yes.
but I will tell you this: every time I've talked to him and Daisy's talked to him, he has not been drunk or on drugs at all, and he's been at work every time
Right.
and late.
Right. Now I will tell you here, I will not support him saying that word on my channel. And
No,
if he's listening to me, Donna, I won't support that. And I know that you said you're sorry about it, but yeah, that's something I don't like. We don't support over here. We love our little ladies over here for sure. Hey, seven of us. Miss
we
Stacy
love
here.
everybody.
Guilt or not, it's not our job to judge them. I'll never apologize or feel bad for being kind to someone. Oh, thank
That's
you, seven
right.
of us. Freedom of speech, right? But like that is, we know that's very hurtful word. That's a very very deep hurtful word to say about anybody, especially people I love. And
Yeah.
uh, yeah, absolutely,
But he did publicly apologize, though. I think,
he did do
didn't he?
that. He did do that.
Yeah,
Yes, we need to give Don a chance to talk, and we need to listen. It's all about
absolutely.
that, guys.
That's it. We don't have
Absolutely
to like the answer, but we can at least listen to it, right?
right. Absolutely, absolutely. But guys, well, I guess I'm going to end this live tonight. We've tried to bring as much as we could to this case tonight. We got answers. We'll get more answers. It
Don't
just
forget,
takes
write your
time.
questions in the chat or in the comment section. Write your
What's your
questions down.
Yeah. And Kirby said, "This is nothing to do with DW. I'm talking about tonight. What happened? I will not get accused of hacking Jinkies,
Huh?
even though he's
Hacking
raising, but
Jinkies?
he's not. Oh, I don't know.
What'd she say? Hacking
Hacking
Jinkies?
Jinkies. I'll
What's
hack
that mean?
Jinkies.
What does that mean?
Kirby, honey, don't get tore up about stuff like that. You've been sick. You don't need to get tore all to pieces. It's not really that important. It really ain't. I would hack Jinkies if I could. I don't know what to do, but I would hack her. It is an ignorant word. It's a very ignorant word. Um, I'm an OG, Miss Daisy, for sure. You are a Bo Evans. That's why we named Bojack after you. Huh?
Yay! I
Huh?
said Bojans. I
But
just
I
say
guess, oh, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and end this live tonight, you guys. And I want to thank everybody who come out here and supported the channel and supported me and Christine and not judged us. And you're entitled to your opinions and what you think and how you feel. And just as much as we do, it's ultimately about Summer and finding Summer in this case. And so Christine's going to keep, doing her thing, searching, looking for answers, trying to figure out who's in that area, who is in that down that road, um, and we're going to keep being her voice. That's all we can do.
that's
Even
it.
you, Tiffany Marie. I mean, you can still be her voice too, not just us, but you as well. If you're listening and you're live streaming, moo.
Where's your bell at?
But
Got some
anyway,
crime, some crazy, and some critters.
crime crazy critters on the farm. Oh, crime crazy critters on the farm. Oh, crime crazy critters on the farm. Those crazy old critters on the farm. Good
Ding.
night, y'all. Y'all, I'll be back Monday night because today is the Sabbath.
That's right.
So I'll be back tomorrow Monday evening. We'll talk about this some more and maybe another case I'd really like to talk about the Bo Evans. I mean, Bo Evans. I was reading the Bo Evans comment. I really like to talk about the Delphi murders as well. So I'll yes, it's Summer Moon Utah Wells. So I end it here, guys. And whatever you want to say, Christine.
Just don't forget to put your questions in the comment that you would like to have answered by Don and Candace, okay? But please be respectful.
Absolutely. Love you guys. Everybody join us, Summer Moon Utah Wells. Let's find this baby, guys. Together. Love you too, Tiffany Marie. Bye, y'all.